I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda. Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Jose Castillo Sr., Frank Geary, and Lance Parsons. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee people, and Wendat people. It is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and Williams treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and the Chippewa bands. Mayor Chow, I understand you would like to say a few words.
I rise on the point of personal privilege to honor the victims of the terror attack at Bondi Beach. My heart is with the Jewish community in Australia, here in Toronto and across the world after the horrific terror attack at Bondi Beach, where families gathered to celebrate Hanukkah, a festival of light, hope, and perseverance. To Toronto's Jewish community, I know the fear you feel is real. While celebrating your faith, gathering with loved ones, or simply being visible, you deserve to live freely, openly, and safely in our city. We condemn anti-Semitism in the strongest possible terms and must confront it wherever it exists. Toronto Police has increased its presence around synagogues and community centers and other celebrations as a precaution. The City Council stands resolutely against anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms. We have allocated $25 million in the budget towards visible police presence and services in neighborhoods, invested in anti-hate public education campaigns through Toronto for All campaigns, and approved a $2 million hostile vehicle mitigation grant program, which opened last week for applications from places of worship community centers, childcare centers, and other places. We will continue to work with the Toronto Police to keep places of worship and community gatherings safe. Hanukkah celebrations spread light throughout our city. And to every member of Toronto's Jewish community, Toronto and our City Council stand with you today during Hanukkah and always. Madam Speaker, I have one more remarks honoring the memory of Jose Castillo Sr., who is a solid waste collection operator who lost his life in a workplace incident on December 2nd. Jose was 66 years old, a devoted husband, father, and grandfather, and a proud city worker and a member of QP Local 416. Since joining Solid Waste Management Services in 2007, Jose was known for his hard work, reliability, and the pride he took in serving our city. His passing is felt deeply by his colleagues and those who had the privilege of working alongside him. We extend our heartfelt condolence to Jose's wife, Mary Lou, his 3 children, Romel, Wilmer, Jose Jr. and their spouses, Donna, Jason, Michelle, and his 4 beloved grandchildren, Meyer, Emma, Conna, and Ava. We're grateful for Jose's 18 years of dedicated services to the city and to the residents of Toronto. Let us remember Jose's life, contributions, and importance, and the family, friends, and colleagues who have been deeply touched by his presence. He will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Shan, I understand you want to make a few comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family members, wife Mary Lou, children Wilma, Jose Sr., Jr., as well as all the solid waste management staff, as well as all the members of QP 416. Jose Castillo lived in Scarborough Rouge Park in my ward, and the tragic workplace incident that took place also took place very close to where he lived. And last week I was able to meet the family and extend on behalf of the city our deepest appreciation for the work he's done over 2 decades to help this, and before as a citizen, but also as a staff close to 2 decades, to help make the city a vibrant city, a livable city. And so at this time, I use my point of personal privilege to rise and extend my condolences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Councillor Myers is not here. I'll get you, Councillor Cherneslin. You're on the list. Okay. Councillor Pasternak, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Jewish communities around the world have commenced the holiday of Hanukkah. We have lit the candle for 2,600 years. These days, we do so in windswept plazas, in warm living rooms, civic squares, kitchens, social and banquet halls. And it is more than a light of flame. It is the telling of a story of faith, of freedom, survival, and celebration. Most Jewish holidays are insular in nature, such as Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, Shavuos, Simchat Torah, and yet with Hanukkah we celebrate very publicly, inviting all to gather around in our public spaces to share in the festivities. It is so because we recognize that the story we tell and the themes we discuss are in fact universal ones. Adhering to one's faith, light versus darkness, freedom versus tyranny, hope versus fear. And yet, we are in a most difficult time. Over the years, I've participated in many menorah lightings being in public squares, either near a democratic institution, North York Civic Center, Parliament buildings in Ottawa, and of course here at City Hall. These institutions, with so many of the laws and decisions shaping this country and city have been made, bear the responsibility of making laws, protecting rights and freedoms, and ensuring that peace in our community is as vital as peace across the land, bringing light. Sadly and tragically, many do not share these values. As we watch the scenes in horror out of Australia, the visceral hate unchecked can lead to the horrors we all fear. Australian cities had the most despicable protests of hateful chants and violence over the last 2 years. Chants of globalizing the Intifada, which is the calling for mass murder, was realized. The political elites and law enforcement there did little. Same chants are heard here on the streets of Toronto. Words matter, and incitement matters. All those gathering on Bondi Beach were just celebrating the Festival of Lights. A 10-year-old girl, a local rabbi, and a Holocaust survivor were among those murdered. The participants of the Nova Film Music Festival on October 7th, 2023, were dancing and singing for peace. In the ward I represent, protesters come up to a residential neighborhood at Bathurst and Shepherd every Sunday. There are no government buildings, no consulates, no embassies, and no civic squares. They are there to harass the local Jewish community and provoke police and incite violence. This would not be allowed in any other minority neighborhood. There are those who think that protesters can be satisfied. The federal government believes progress can be made by recognizing the state of Palestine. Some have even gone so far as to spread disinformation that the war in Gaza was genocide. Some believe that calm can be restored if you raise the Palestinian flag. The reality is these protesters will not be satisfied. When leadership continues to ignore the gathering clouds, the consequence that they are putting everyone in danger. The police resources to control these protesters means that all residents of Toronto are not getting the protection they deserve. Councillors have to realize that if their residents need police for robberies, assaults, carjackings, thefts, stabbings, and shootings, police may not be available because the protesters are trying to destabilize our city. The Jewish community will continue to light the Hanukkah candles this week, keeping in our prayers that we will see better days, and that the city we know and love will be restored to its storied reputation as a safe place that welcomes the world. Thank you.
Councillor Turnus-Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. By now, many of you will have heard that the fire in Thorncliffe Park that was slowly burning for many weeks on end has finally been officially declared done. This fire was a recent and unprecedented challenge for our community. I want to begin by recognizing all of the firefighters and Chief Jessup. Their commitment working day and night and their innovative solutions in the face of this truly unique situation were nothing short of extraordinary. They stood at the front lines protecting homes, and their courage deserves our deepest gratitude. I have a number of other acknowledgements I'd like to make. Thank you to the Toronto Emergency Management and all the city staff who responded swiftly and coordinated efforts to stabilize the situation. I want to thank the paramedics for providing urgent medical care and reassurance to residents in distress, not just that first night, but for many days afterwards. I want to thank the Canadian Red Cross and TNO for stepping up to support residents with shelter, food, and care. I want to thank Don Valley Community Legal Services, which supported tenants through complex housing challenges. I want to thank the TTC staff for ensuring safe and reliable transportation for displaced residents and emergency responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the residents for your resilience, your patience, your expressions of gratitude, and for lifting each other up. You showed what community truly means. I was amazed by how quickly everyone jumped into action. Firefighters, paramedics, the City Emergency Management Team, and community agencies, including TNO, DVCLS, they all worked collaboratively to support those displaced from their homes. Residents were suddenly faced with uncertainty and anxiety, yet they showed incredible strength and mutual care. It was remarkable to see the characteristic spirit of Thorncliffe Park shine through even in such complex and emotional situations. To everyone involved and many people working behind the scenes, thank you for your unprecedented dedication over these past several weeks. This collective response is a powerful reminder of how deeply this community cares for one another. Together we faced an unprecedented fire. Together we showed resilience, and together we proved that Thorncliffe Park is not just a neighborhood, it is a community defined by courage, compassion, and care. The road ahead will surely be challenging and hard as people work through the next steps and wait to get back into their homes, especially at this time of year. But I know that the characteristics of strength, compassion, and care that carried all through these early days will be instrumental in helping us all move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Understand. Councillor Myers? He was on the screen. Councillor Myers, you would like to make an announcement?
Can I just have like 2 minutes, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I just need 2 minutes. Just pulling up a document. Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead. Oh, you have to wait 2 minutes to find your document?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to the next. Councillor Peruzza.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Sure, I'll fill in the space. Madam Speaker, so last December 7th, we just opened the Finch West LRT, the trains running from Kiel to Humber College. And a large chunk of it goes through my ward. I got to measure the exact kilometerage and the number of stops, and I want to acknowledge each and every one of those. And Madam Speaker, I have to tell you, it's the second major transit initiative that has opened in my district that I've had the opportunity to attend. The last one was obviously in 2017 when we extended the Spadina subway from what was then Shepherd all the way to Vaughan. And I got to tell you, this one here generated, from a local perspective, far more excitement. So I just wanted an opportunity to thank all of the folks that have had a hand in the delivering of that project, you know, from the government of Ontario that saw fit to make an investment in this part of the city of Toronto, Metrolinx, obviously, Mosaic, the actual builders of the line, and obviously the workers who toiled through COVID and through all kinds of inclement weather to deliver the project. And I also want to acknowledge the work of this council, that from 2007, from the time we first announced the construction of the LRT to the delivery of it in 2025, this city council has, and some of you were here back then with me. I recognize some of you. Thank you for then. Thank you for the support throughout the different iterations or phases of the life of this project. As you know, it kind of like went, you know, kind of like that, but we were finally here in 2025 to open the line. I know that a considerable amount of worry has been expressed by both by my colleagues and others about the actual speed of the line itself in delivering people to and fro. As you know, we've put up with the construction and all of it. And yes, the first day was, from a public relations perspective, a bit of a downer in the sense that, you know, we needed to find a way to sort of, you know, make it work a little better for folks. But I have to tell you, our mayor stepped into that PR black hole and delivered on the day in saying that, you know what, people should have an opportunity to ride for free, and they came out by the thousands after she made that announcement. I can tell you, I was going to Keele and Finch the morning of, and all of the platforms were already filling with prospective riders, and many of them were local. So thank you to the mayor for the day, and and for the experience. Many people will not forget it. Yes, there are still a number of questions, obviously. You think about these things. I certainly do. And you say, is the technology the right technology? Is the fact that you glue the tracks to the concrete, you don't bolt them or fasten them or weld them, is that going to, have some longevity to it? Is the technology eventually going to go out of thing? But I want to say this about the riders, the last point I want to make, and a really, really important point about the riders. I've ridden the 36 bus for the naysayers. I have ridden the 36 bus. I've waited in the cold for the 36 bus. I've waited on the platform at the stops of the 36 bus when the first buses, come by full. You can't get on them. And when you do get on them, you're shoulder to shoulder and over each other. And that's the experience for most of the users along Finch Avenue. But with the LRT, Madam Speaker, I can tell you I got caught in the train. And the locals were jostling around trying to find the better seat to have the view and to have that experience. And for the transit users, on Finch Avenue, for the people who get up day in and day out and use that line, this line is a godsend. The experience, Madam Speaker, is way, way better than the buses it replaces, will be better than the buses it replaces, will make it go faster, and will make it work for people. And the question that I want to answer later on today is, why are the stops on the other side of the light and not before the light?
Councillor Perruzza.
Because I'm going to be asking that question, and somebody better have a good answer.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, as I indicated to you, the item is on the agenda, and that was the opportunity for you to get in. Okay, yeah. Well, fine, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I hope my line is next. Councillor Myers, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you. Tomorrow, December 17th, marks the 5th annual Transit Worker Assault Awareness Day. I want to thank members for your continued support and partnership in protecting the frontline employees who keep Toronto moving. Transit workers are the backbone of our city's transportation system. Every day, TTC employees serve millions of riders, ensuring that our city remains a connected, vibrant, and accessible place for everyone. They deserve to work in an environment that's safe, healthy, and respectful. While we have made progress, even one assault is one too many. Every incident of abuse, harassment, or threat against a transit worker is treated with the utmost seriousness. The TTC works closely with police to pursue prosecution and ensure accountability, but we know that enforcement alone is not enough. That's why the TTC is taking decisive action. Our 2024 to 2028 5-year Community Safety, Security, and Wellbeing Plan is built on a compassionate, people-first approach. We've expanded our safety presence with special constables, provincial offense officers, security guards, and starting in the new year, Toronto police officers will be patrolling a portion of Line 1 from Union to Eglinton Station 7 days a week. We have enhanced protection barriers on all buses, improved CCTV coverage, and are testing new deterrent technologies. We have delivered de-escalation training to more than 10,000 employees, and we are promoting the Safe TTC app to encourage incident reporting. We are also supporting our employees with trauma assist, court advocate, and EFA AP and peer support programs, and working in partnership with unions, the Joint Healthy and Safety Committees, and community organizations like Toronto Community Crisis Services, Streets to Homes, and LOFT multidisciplinary outreach teams. But we must go even further. I'm proud to be leading the national efforts to expand legal protections for all transit workers by advocating for amendments to the criminal code that would extend coverage to all frontline employees, not just operators. This would strengthen penalties for assaults. Working with unions, industry partners, and the City of Toronto, we are sending a clear message. Abuse and violence against transit workers will not be tolerated. These efforts reflect a growing public concern on the need for meaningful nationwide action. To Mayor Chow, I want to thank you for proclaiming December 17th as Transit Worker Assault Awareness Day. By standing together, we affirm our commitment to the safety and well-being of our TTC employees and every rider. Let us continue to work together to ensure that Toronto's transit system is safe, inclusive, and welcoming for all. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. You can move it, please.
Madam Speaker, I have a petition as well.
Yes, when I get to it, I'll acknowledge you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. The Council confirms the minutes from the regular meeting held on November 12, 2025, in the form supplied to the members.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there are 3 administrative inquiries under Council's procedures. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information or refer it to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 35.1 from Councillor Matlow regarding FIFA traffic management. Councillor Matlow?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that the item be referred to the Executive Committee for consideration.
Okay, so Councillor Matlow is referring it to the Executive Committee. All in favor? Carried. You want a recorded vote? Oh, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I'm in favor.
Councillor Sachs, you're able to vote using the system? Okay, I'll call for you in a moment. Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Candevel, your vote, please.
In the affirmative, thank you.
Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Sachs, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Jamal, you're muted.
Sorry, can you try that again, please, Councillor Myers?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The motion to refer the administrative inquiry carries. The vote is 13-10.
We have administrative inquiry 35.2 from Councillor Pasternak regarding rallies and protest policy. The answer to this inquiry from the city manager has been posted with a council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Okay, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I'd like to move receipt because we cannot let the Executive Committee have dozens of deputants debating in rallies, and there's much work to do.
So Councillor Pasternak is moving receipt. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. We have administrative inquiry 35.3 from Councillor Pasternak regarding the City of Toronto's application to the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. The answer to this inquiry from the city manager has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer this item.
Pardon?
I'd like to refer this item to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is moving referral to the Infrastructure Committee. Okay, the referral goes first, and then Councillor Perks is moving receipt. So referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Candavel, your vote, please. Councillor Candavel, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, your vote, please.
In favor?
Thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, please. In favor, thank you. The motion to refer the administrative inquiry carries. The vote is 18-5.
Okay, thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports, and the chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. I am pleased that the report to present for consideration. That's meeting number 28. Some highlights from this agenda include important work to make cities safer, more resilient in the face of increasing extreme heat and other weather due to climate change. We are recommending staff to bring forward a maximum temperature bylaw, plus 24/7 cooling spaces, etc., so that we can respond quickly and effectively to extreme weather. My second item, tomorrow, we will move forward on asking those who buy the most expensive luxury properties to pay a bit more to deliver affordability to people who are having trouble getting by. And this new revenue will help us deliver programs like recreation programs for children, universal school food programs, more affordable TDC fares. Combined, the family of 4 will save $1,200 per year.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. And we have just moved the report from 27 of the corporate nominating panel listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, Speaker. Submit the report of the meeting 25 of Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the council agenda for consideration, and just want to highlight a couple of things. The expansion of Toronto Community Crisis Service Training Center, the establishing of it, which will strengthen our capacity to respond and to provide training to other first responders, which is a great development. The Mount Dennis Community for All social development work that's going to go along with the development of and building of housing, which is important, and then all the work to advance our reconciliation action plan in addition to other items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ains, do you have a motion to introduce General Government Committee report?
I do. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. That the report from meeting number 26 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, we have, moving that, we have some very big items here. We have Transform TO, and I'll just make members aware I have 2 pre-circulated motions on that our city staff have assisted. We had many deputants on building emission performance standards, and a motion to bring that to council. And there's also the blue bin, as we know, will be turned over to the province on the 1st of January, and we got a very comprehensive plan from the chief Communications Officer, Ms. Osterman, on how the public is being told about that, plus a plan on how to manage that for ourselves. I think we're still waiting for a package that can go to MPPs, because as we all know, this is no longer a city-run operation. It is a provincial one, and we should let our MPPs know that there will be calls that will be referred to them. So this was a comprehensive agenda, and I move that the report from meeting 26 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And I will be asking for a time specific, Madam Chair, because I want to make sure that Toronto Hydro executives who are able to be here have a time that they're here, not sitting all day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 26 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Speaker. That the report from meeting 27 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. That the report from meeting 28 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mantis, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Yes, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 27 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
That the report from meeting 27 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Oh, Councillor Ainsley? Oh, hold on, sorry. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? No. Okay, now I'll call for petitions. Councillor Sachs, you have a petition?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I do. So I am presenting 330 signatures from a group of my constituents expressing their support for climate action for Toronto. As you know, we had a very large number of speakers coming to Infrastructure and Environment Committee to protest the weakening of our climate plan and asking for stronger action. And this petition is urging our mayor and all members of council to make the Transform TO Net Zero Strategy 2026 to 2030 a strong action plan that will actually allow us to do what we have already formally committed to do but are not doing, which is to reach net zero by 2040. The city has committed over and over to do these things, and now that we're coming to the point of actual action, my community is asking that we put our money where our mouth is and move ahead and take real action, bold, equitable, and strategic. Thank you. And while I have the floor, I want to invite everyone to the Winter Solstice Parade in Kensington Market, Oxford, and Augusta at 6:30. It's the best way of spending the darkest evening of the year. There'll be giant puppets and flames and lanterns and good food and good community, and you should all come.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, did you have a petition? Okay, go ahead.
It's a petition in support of Transform TO Net Zero Strategy from residents from wards from across the city. We, the undersigned, recognize the importance of the success of the Transform TO
net zero strategy for the continued existence of all living beings. We encourage all members of Toronto City Council to make the strategy's 2026 to 2030 action plan the most robust it can be. They must approve goals for 2030 in each of the sectors that set us up to reach net zero by 2040 and ensure there is money in the budget to make these goals reality.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, do you have a petition?
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting a petition in support of signal priority on our LRT and streetcar lines, which I know will be debated later today. I have 3,241 people who have signed, and I would encourage my colleagues to keep note of that as we prepare to discuss this later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving, Councillor Pasternak, you didn't have your name on the list. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been given a petition that I said I would present to Council, and it's got 28,000 names that were against the raising of the Palestinian flag. I'm not going to read their whole statement here, but I would just take a couple of lines out. The decision to fly the flag, the decision to fly a flag should respect the feelings and views of all community members, ensuring that City Hall remains a place of unity rather than discord. We call upon city officials and decision makers to reconsider the decision to raise the Palestinian flag at City Hall a little late and explore other means of fostering dialogue and unity that do not risk alienating segments of our cherished community. Let us remain committed to preserving Toronto's unity and cultural richness by placing equal importance on all cultural narratives. That's 28,000 people who are against the raising of the Palestinian flag at City Hall.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 35.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 3 deferred items before us today. Items NY 27.2, DM 35.1, and DM 35.2 deferred from the November meeting of City Council. The mayor has designated item MM 35.15, speeding up light rail transit and streetcars, by Mayor Chow, second by Councillor Myers, as their first key matter and first item of business this morning, subject to council's vote to waive referral on the item. I will ask the clerk to put the member's motion up on the screen. Okay, so the member's motion is there. So on favor? Yeah, waiving referral, on favor? Okay, Councillor Holiday wants a recorded vote.
Hold on. I see something moving around there. He's near the dishwasher.
Councillor Cherneslin and Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Moyes, please. Councillor Burnside, your vote verbally, please. In favor, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay, thank you. The mayor has designated item EX 28.1, making life more affordable for families by asking luxury home buyers to chip in more as the second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that are proposed to be considered together if they are held. Items EX 28.3, 28.4, 28.5 relating to heat, and items EX 28.2 and PH 26.3 relating to multi-tenant homes. So all in favor? Carried. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item NY 28.15, which is 45 to 47 Shepherd Avenue East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. The Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay. We have the deferred item, NY 27.2, which is here without a recommendation. So can we have somebody from North York, Councillor Cheng?
I'll hold the item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'll just hold DM 35.2, reimbursing certain reasonable legal expenses of shelter operators and consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Executive Committee. Oh, Councillor Holiday, is this executive? Okay, Councillor Holiday, executive.
So if you can give me some guidance, because I heard you mention them, but I did want to hold the items on heat. So that's EX 28.3, towards implementing a maximum indoor temperature requirement for rental units and cooling rooms, and EX 28.4, strengthening the city's heat relief strategy. I thought I heard you said you were going to join those to another item.
Yes.
But I'd be happy to hold those two.
So we're joining those two together. So, okay.
No, I think you proposed to join them.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And if it's held, and then also 28.5 is being held. So
Right.
are you holding 28.3 and 28.4?
Sure. And I have one more.
Okay, just one sec. So we'll be dealing with all three together.
Fine.
Okay, Councillor Holiday?
So EX 28.16, amending the lobbying bylaw roundtables and advisory groups, and I'll just advise, my questions are to the clerk and the city manager. Although they didn't write the report, they're under the operationalization section.
Okay, you'd like to hold that item down?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further holds on executive? Okay. Okay, so corporations nominating panel, both items have been held down. We'll go to Economic and Community Development Committee. Yes, Councillor Fletcher?
I can release those.
Pardon?
I can release those, NC 27.1 and NC 27.2.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing NC 27.1, public members to the Metro Toronto Convention Center. On favor, carried. Also, NY 27.2, which is appointment to the CRATO Board. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Okay, economic development. Councillor Fletcher, are you on economic development? No. That's why we have to clear the board. Councillor Pasternak, economic development?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EC 25.1, 4050 Chestwood Drive.
That, you're already holding it.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, so if we can clear the screen. General government. General government? No? Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. No. Planning and Housing. Planning and Housing. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I'm going to try a couple. PH 26.1, the Community Improvement Plan Amendment for the Economic Development and Growth and Employment Incentive Program to increase tax increment equivalent grants and annual program update report. I'd like to release that.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is releasing PH 26.1. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you.
Oh, hang on, my screen is jumping around.
Okay, that's it?
No. PH 26.8, tenancy update with Beach Hall Housing Cooperative and Alexandra Park Housing Cooperative. I can release that.
Okay, great. PH 26.
I'm doing it for you.
26.8. Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor, carried.
On 26.9, staff have asked me to move an additional motion, so if I can move that motion, I can release it. That's the Parkdale Hub matter.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen.
Yeah, and it's just directing that the confidential attachments stay confidential through a certain process.
Okay, so PH 26.9, there's an amendment on the screen by Councillor Perks. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Perks? Oh, no, that was from before. Okay. North York Community Council. Councillor Perks?
Yes, I'd like to hold NY 28.6, and I'm going to have to scroll to give you the title.
567 Shepherd Avenue.
Yes, 567 Shepherd Avenue. I'd like to hold that.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll isn't present. She's asked me to hold it.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, North York.
I'd like to hold NY 28.15, 45 to 47 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, thank you. Any further holds in North York? No? Scarborough. Anything in Scarborough?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold an item from EX 28.6 that I was remiss to hold.
I'm sorry,
earlier.
I can't hear you.
I was remiss to hold an item from Executive 28.6. Can I still hold that, please?
Six you're holding?
28.6 and EX. Yeah, thank you.
If we can please have everyone, we're going through. Okay, where was I now? I was in Scarborough. Councillor Bravo, you have something in Scarborough? No? Okay. Nothing in Scarborough? Okay. Okay. How about Toronto and East York? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I'm going to follow the lead of my esteemed colleague and try to release two things. TE 27.26, 38 to 40 Park Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application decision report refusal.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is releasing T 27.26 on favor. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, is there a motion? Do I have to do a motion?
There's a supplementary report.
No. Okay. Okay, so I have to move the supplementary report. Okay, I'll move the recommendations in the supplementary report, please.
Okay, so on T 27.26, Councillor Sachs is moving the supplementary report on favor.
No, sorry, this is not the right one. This is not the right one.
Okay, why don't we just continue holding it and we can get back to it
No, that's
later?
not the right motion. I was dealing with Park Road.
Okay, why don't you just continue holding it, Councillor Sachs?
That's fine, and I have one more, which I'm going to try. Yeah, no, that's the, sorry. Yes, that is the correct one. Okay, now we've got the right motion.
So, yeah, I know, but...
Yeah, this is fine. This is sending staff to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're on 26.
Yeah.
So it's the right one that's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Sachs is moving the supplementary report for T 2726 3850 Park Road. On favor, carried. On the item on favor, carried.
All right,
Okay.
and then also going to try to release TE 27.30, Elm Street Streetscape Vision Final Report.
Okay, T 2730, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor, carry.
Thank you.
Thank you. New business. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just going back to, if you don't mind, TE 27.59, on-street electric vehicle charging stations, parking amendments, non-delegated locations, wards 9, 13, 14, 19. Thank you.
You want to hold that?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay, new business. Anything? Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 35.11, 234 Shepherd Avenue West and 223 Harlandale Avenue, as well as CC 35.15, 3386 to 3398 Bayview and 32 Brenham Crescent.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 35.17, Official Plan Amendment 231, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I don't need to hold the item, but once we approve CC 35.2, the appointment of the Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, I would just like to make 2 minutes of brief remarks, either as a point of privilege or however you want to deal with it.
Okay, so, okay, why? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, we need to approve it, and then I'd like
Pardon?
to... We need...
Yeah, okay. You need to adopt it first before you speak on it.
Yes, so I'll
Okay.
move it and then make a
Okay.
brief comment.
All right. On favor adopting it. Okay, now you can say a few words.
So, for those of you who have read the confidential report, you will know that we just approved Kamal Gogna as our Chief Building Official. Welcome, Kamal. We have questions. Kamal has been with the City of Toronto since 1988. I think there are some of us who haven't been on council that long. He has worked in a variety of different service areas, a mechanical examiner, a plumbing specialist, a building engineer, the manager of plan review, the district manager of inspection services, and of course the deputy chief building official, and now chief building official for the City of Toronto. He is, as we all know, one of the true bright lights in the Toronto Public Service. A fundamentally decent man who solves problems with seemingly effortlessly. Some of the problems that he has taken on in his role as acting chief building official, was to issue 40,000 building permits and 160,000 building inspections. He did them all himself. He's turned around our permitting application system so that we are now at 95% of all permits approved within the legislative framework, which was only at 80% before he took over as acting building official. We now respond to 100% of emergency requests within 24 hours, which we did not do before he was the acting chief building official. He has established dedicated teams to expedite the review and approval of affordable housing and small-scale housing projects. I know Mayor Chow phoned him often about that matter. He has led the development of the rental renoviction licensing bylaw, working closely with Councillor Fletcher, very closely. He has piloted a new service for clients to rely on a professional engineer's seal to facilitate expedited reviews for permits. He's developed pre-approval garden and laneway suite plans. He's supported the implementation of the City of Toronto's multi-tenant housing framework and responded to emergency situations such as the Thorncliffe fire. Kamal is exactly what you want in a public servant, and I really look forward to working with you, sir.
So we'll try not to ask too many questions today. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a hold on new business?
Yes. No, it's fine. I was going to hold that. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I do have a motion to, I don't know if staff have it. It's 35.12.
It's not ready? No, it's not ready.
Not ready? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All
right, so that's it. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning. In the interest of efficiency for this meeting, I'd ask that we could join my member's motion MM 35.17, showing respect for transit customers, implementing a Toronto Transit Commission money-back guarantee, with the mayor's first key item, which is members' motion 3515, speeding up light rail transit and streetcars, as both of these are proposed service improvements for the TTC in response to the recent concerns about delays and poor performance on the system. So I understand this also requires a motion, so I have both of those things in place.
Yeah. So, Mayor Chow, do you consent?
Sorry, it's two very different issues.
So you don't consent then?
I do not.
Okay.
No?
No. Okay. No. Yeah. If the mayor doesn't consent, you can't do anything. Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Can I time that item, please?
Yeah. It's not on the agenda yet.
Could we do the waiving of referral
Yeah.
and then I could time it?
No.
If council wants to, we could.
Is this a member? If you want to waive referral of the member's motion, that we can do just as we did previously. We'll have to have a recorded vote. Yeah. Okay.
Speaker,
Councillor Perks.
just on a point of order so I can understand the rules. My understanding is that the precedent that's been established is when we want to join a member's motion, to another member's motion, then we go ahead and do the approval first. If, however, we do what Councillor Bradford's asking for, anybody who has moved a member's motion can stand up at any time during the meeting and ask that we deal with their item immediately. And that fundamentally alters the practice at council. So I'd ask you to rule that that's not a motion that's in order.
Thank you. Okay, the motion, yeah. The motion is on the screen. Okay, yeah, as the first time, following the mayor's, subject to council waiving referral on the item, which that's in order. Yes, we'll have a recorded vote. Well, we're in the middle of a vote. Okay. Okay, just hold on.
Motions, sorry, on a point of order. This creates a double bind. We will not have gone through the reading of the members' motions when the mayor's first key item is complete. So when we get to the end of the mayor's first key item, we still won't have this in front of us. And then that raises my original question, which is it the speaker's ruling that members can stand up at any point during the meeting and say, do my member's motion now instead of during the rundown?
I am told by the clerk that it has been done previously, Councillor Perk.
So your ruling is,
yeah.
I just need to be clear, from today on, any member at any time can stand up and say, I want to deal with members' motion X, Y, Z out of order and not and before the members' motion rundown.
No.
Because that will not make for an efficient meeting.
Councillor Perks, as I indicated, the clerk has advised me that it has been done before because I questioned the clerk on it.
All right.
And the clerk, do you want to just confirm that?
No, I understand now.
Okay.
I understand.
So we're taking a recorded vote. Yes. Yes. The motion is to waive referral right now. Yeah. Time to matter. Okay, the motion. Please put the motion on the screen rather than have everybody scream. Yeah. No, I know you're not.
So I don't appreciate you telling us we're screaming, Chair, and I know you're under a bit of pressure, but the motion we had up earlier was to time it before it was referred, and I think the councillor's saying we'd like to refer it, waive referral, and then set the time. Is that not, Councillor Perks, what you're...
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm asking, what is the procedure? Well, what? No, you can't. Just let's sort this all out, Councillor Bradford. Okay. No, just hold on. Hold on. Okay, just advice from the clerk. So what we're doing is we're voting on the timing first, and then if that passes, then we vote on the referral. Well, I'm going by the advice of the clerk. I'm going by the advice of the clerk. Okay, yeah, could you please have the clerk comment? I'm taking the advice of the clerk, Mayor.
Madam Speaker, member motions are considered by council at 2 o'clock on day 2 of the meeting. So in order to consider member motions before that time, council needs to take a vote to time the item differently. If the item to time the matter out of that sequence carries, then council can vote to waive referral on the item.
So the motion is to time the item first, recorded vote.
Councillor Candeville, your vote, please.
Negative.
Negative, thank you. The motion to time the matter does not carry. The vote is 10-13.
That's it. Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Yes, I have two motions. The first is to time EX 28.3, 4, and 5. Those are the heat-related items immediately after the mayor's first key item.
So that would be 3, 4, and 5, right?
Correct.
Okay.
They've been joined as one item.
Yeah. Okay, on favor? Carried.
My second motion is to move the multi-tenant housing items, that's PH 28.2 and EX 28.2 and PH 26.3, which have been joined, to come immediately after the member motion rundown.
Okay. On favor? Carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to time IE 26.3, Transform TO Net Zero Strategy Action Plan 2026 to 2030 for after the mayor's second key item tomorrow morning. And I'd like the city manager to ensure that Toronto Hydro is here to be able to answer any of our questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. No Declaration of interest. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carry. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you're attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the Mayor's key item, which is MM 35.15. Okay, so we're at the Mayor's key item, which is MM 3515, speeding up light rail, transit, and streetcars. Members' motion. Nobody's interested? Are there any questions? Okay, then put your name on the list, please. Councillor, please put your name on, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is what speed limits are imposed on Finch trains, where and why?
Speaker, currently the speed on the right-of-way is 60 kilometers per hour, and that's been identified as part of a report that went to Council in June of 2021.
And what is the reason for that? Can you explain?
Perhaps maybe it's the TTC can respond to that.
Through the Speaker, as mentioned, the speed is 60 kilometers per hour on the right-of-way. I just should add to that, as you approach a station platform, it's 25 kilometers, and as you go through an intersection, it's 25 kilometers. And so the 60 is because that's kind of the determined speed rules of the road. The 25 are for safety reasons as you were passing by passengers or going through a live intersection.
And what was the origin of finding those exactly, the 60 and 25?
Through the Speaker, the origin of that was the agreement between Metrolinx, the city, and then obviously the TTC with input from the TTC.
Did any of these arise from city policy, and can those be changed?
Through the Speaker, some of those can be changed, obviously in a combination with TTC, city, and Metrolinx, specifically the ones I mentioned about safety around platforms, and intersections. Obviously that would be all parties would look at that.
And these conclusions are from other kind of other experiences, or
Through the speaker, part of it was in the design of the actual line, so there was that element there, but it was also through learnings through other light rail lines, namely in Ottawa, Waterloo. Part of the Ottawa findings, which we all looked at carefully, was to also ensure that as you open the line, being new to this environment, that it was a slower opening, literally and figuratively.
But in any case, it's a tripartite agreement.
Correct.
City, TTC, and Metrolinx, okay. How much service disruption arises from vehicle and infrastructure failure? And how much service does not operate because Metrolinx contractor, the Metrolinx contractor can't field enough working cars at this time?
Through the speaker, obviously we're a week in, so just collecting that data right now. But we have had issues with assets, whether it be vehicle or a signaling system, it's not performing. And so we're in the process of actually cataloging all of that to see what the depth of the issue is, so we can work on it with both the maintainer, which is Mosaic, and Metrolinx. So we're gathering data on that, and we'll have more of it to guide our action plan. But that work has already begun. And I would just say not to be unexpected with a new line and a new line operated in this model.
I note that in other launches of light rapid transit in other jurisdictions, there's a period at the beginning which is kind of called the beta. Do you, looking back in time, would it have been helpful to characterize this launch as being a period of assessment, testing, and refinement? Because I think that one of the challenges we face is that there was quite a significant amount of fanfare and a huge amount of expectation from the public with very good reason, but this was not properly narrated to people, that there was fully the expectation that you're telling me now, that there would be a period where there would be a lot of kinks and that there would have to be work to resolve them.
Through the speaker, I think that's right. I just would note that we're not in full operations yet. We don't operate for the full service hours, so that was always communicated that that would come. Similar, like with other lines around the world and in North America, and certainly here locally, there's this period of a kind of a softer launch of the new asset and the new technology, and that's what we're going through now.
Thank you. Clearly, lots to learn yet.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you. There's been a lot of questions as to why these more aggressive transit signal priority measures were not put in place before the line opened. Can someone please give some background as to why that decision was made?
Yeah, through the speaker, an excellent question. So again, I want to emphasize that this is a Metrolinx contract and Metrolinx project. So throughout the life of the project, and certainly towards the end, city staff did not have the purview to intervene on the contract and make changes to the design. That being said, now that the system's been turned over to us, we do have the opportunity to make changes to the system, provided we provide consult to Metrolinx.
And I've also heard that there might be cost implications if we run trains faster, because that would increase the wear and tear on the vehicles, which would then affect the costs for the maintenance for the third-party Mosaic. Can city staff confirm if that's accurate?
Through the speaker, the TTC will need to obviously consult with Metrolinx on any proposed changes that are going to be introduced. As part of that, there will be a review of what the implications are, and at that point, there will be a determination as if there are any potential impacts such as cost.
And does TTC have any explanation as to why the stops were placed after the traffic signals rather than before the traffic signals? On the Finch West LRT, sorry.
Through the chair, it's generally best practice to place stops far side after the intersection so that we can maximize the opportunities with transit signal priority.
But transit signal priority was not implemented on those stops. As when I was on it, you would stop at the light and then you would stop at the stop right across. Is that the way it's supposed to work?
The TSP that is operating on Finch West LRT right now is for a combination of green extensions and red truncations. We are in the process of collecting data to review how well they're working, the efficacy of the algorithms that are implemented, and then we'll implement any improvements that we can in the days ahead.
When will those improvements be coming forward?
Through the speaker, being 1 week into operations, we're still gathering that data, and so work is being done as we speak to assess when and how we introduce those improvements.
Thank you. And then I guess turning to the streetcars, is there going to be any plan as to how you plan on communicating the potential removal of stops from the streetcars in order to make the trains go faster?
Through the speaker, as you know, we're currently looking at how to speed up streetcars using transit signal priority and other initiatives as moved by the RTTC board. Part of that assessment will be looking at the removal of streetcar stops. When we do that, it's always kind of a contentious issue locally, and so we would consult with local councillors and communities if we were to do that.
And how are you going to be consulting with local communities and councillors is what I'm getting at. What does that actually look like?
Through the speaker, the work has not been complete yet where we would know which stops we're looking at. So once we would know the depth and extent of the stops that might be proposed for removal, we would connect with councillors' offices and then kind of deploy our outreach team in consultation with them, with local communities.
And as part of this, are you also looking at the removal of some on-street parking spots?
Through the speaker, the direction we received from the board was to look at stop removals, on-street parking, and any other kind of restrictions or elements that would be in a live traffic lane. So we'll do the analysis for all of those potential features and consult on that.
And does TTC have a goal as to how much quicker they want the streetcars to be going after these potential changes? Is there like a target in mind?
Through the speaker, yes. As directed by the board through our bunching and gapping study, we've started already and already been in work on a few key routes to achieve proof of concept. And with that, on every route, we have a target. It's specific to the route, so it's not a blanket one across routes. So we would do the same for the rest of the streetcar network.
And when will those targets be made public?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker when we report to the board as directed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you very much. Yes, to the TTC, well, and to Mr. Brown. So a year and a half ago, the two of you appeared in front of the TTC Audit and Risk Management Committee, and we asked you about transit priority. And at the time, you told us that a very large portion of the TSP equipment across the city was out of order. What percentage of the transit signal priority equipment that we have installed now is in working order?
So by my latest count through the chair, I think we have about 470 intersections with TSP. I think it's about 50 right now are offline for either construction reasons or for maintenance reasons. We haven't gone to them.
Okay, well, that's certainly an improvement from last year. Thank you. Now, we also heard when we had an international review of TTC operations that basically we've got the slowest streetcars in the world, right? About 30% below world standards in terms of speed. One of the reasons is the lack of dedicated lanes, so we're operating in mixed traffic. How much of an improvement have you seen on the Bathurst streetcar south of Dundas since it got a dedicated lane?
Through the speaker, the dedicated lane is not fully installed on Bathurst, but we are seeing improvements on streetcar run times on Bathurst. To your point, the challenge we have when compared to other systems is most of those other systems are not as much in mixed traffic as we are. So I don't have a number yet on the data. It's too early to say on Bathurst Street, but we are seeing improvements and we'll be able to report on that soon. For the bus on Dufferin, it's been dramatic already.
Dramatic improvement.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of Spadina, Spadina streetcar is the classic example of a streetcar that has a dedicated right-of-way and has still been dragging its behind, so that it's often faster to walk. In response to my motion earlier to get the Spadina streetcar moving, what have you done so far and what good is it doing?
Through the speaker, as you mentioned, Spadina being a right-of-way should have an advantage and move faster, but what it's still challenged by is the moving through intersections and the number of stops. It has quite a few stops on that route, and there's also a bit of a bottleneck at Union Station. So one of the things we've begun to look at already is whether we could redesign the route at the south end, so that work and analysis ongoing. We put supervisors on the street to help make sure that the idling and dwell time at stops isn't as long as it has been, and so we're starting to see improvements there. And we're looking at signal priority changes along Spadina to make sure that we're speeding up the route. The one caveat being is if you prioritize the Spadina streetcar, then you're doing it at the potential at the expense of the Queen, the Dundas, et cetera.
I'm not focusing on where you have a crossing streetcar, but I'm focusing on streets like Nassau. There's lots of streets where you have the streetcar waiting and waiting and waiting for left turn cars, and you got specific instructions from council to look at getting the streetcar going through and not waiting for left turn cars. What are you doing about that, and when will we see the impact?
Through the speaker, we're doing exactly that and looking where we can put that signal priority in those exact type of intersections, and so that work's happening as we speak, and then we'll be reporting back as part of this on what improvements we see as a result.
Right, but when can my constituents expect to see that streetcar going faster than they can walk? When are we going to see some benefits?
Through the speaker, we'd expect that it should go faster than your constituents can walk now, but we should be seeing benefits in the coming weeks.
Coming weeks?
Correct.
Okay. Can we get a follow-up from you in January?
I suspect we'll be updating our board often on this, and so probably at the next board meeting.
All right. Do you need any other instruction? I mean, you got instructions from the TTC board very clearly to work on this, and you've got the cooperation of Mr. Brown. What else do you need to get the streetcars going?
Through the speaker, we have instructions from the board, from council, from our customers, and so I think we have what we need to get them moving. Obviously, at a certain point, there will always be funding and that issue around prioritization of what route gets priority. But otherwise, we're moving with the direction we've received.
Right. And the other thing I just want to remind everybody is that when we made parking and turn changes on Dundas in Chinatown, again on my motion, you saw a 22% increase in the speed of the Dundas streetcar, right?
Through the speaker, as proof of concept with that almost kilometer on Dundas, where we did change turn restrictions and remove some parking, we saw over 20% increase in reliability and speed on Dundas.
So we know we can do it if we're willing to take the actions.
Through the speaker, correct.
And we were able to do it quickly.
Through the speaker, that happened quite quick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Good morning. Thank you, Speaker. What is the current speed of the Finch West LRT? At what speed is it currently operating at? But not just approaching to the stops, between stops.
Through the speaker, as discussed, we are operating at 25 kilometers as we arrive on platforms and through intersections. We're a week into operations, so still are trying to aggregate what the average typical speed is at all the different interim periods during the day. So obviously the average is higher than that because that's the slowest point that we operate through those points.
Did I hear correctly earlier? I believe I heard that the LRT can operate up to a maximum of 60 kilometers per hour?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
But it's not currently operating at that maximum between stops?
Through the speaker, it will never operate end-to-end at 60 kilometers an hour just because of the need to go slower through intersections and as it approaches stations. So there are obviously some points in the right-of-way where it's operating much faster than that 25. And so as we get past a week of operations, we'll have more data to be able to provide those average speeds in the AM peak, PM peak, and other times a day.
So what, to make any speed adjustments, who's the authority that could make those speed adjustments? Is it the TTC or is it the TTC in cooperation with Mosaic and Metrolinx?
Through the speaker, the train operating and services agreement contemplates changes that would typically occur as a system continued on in its life, and that normally any sort of changes would be a discussion between the TTC, Metrolinx, and the city.
So then the CEO, does the CEO have or not have the authority to make any immediate operational changes? He's the CEO. Does he have the authority to make quick changes? As we already know, we have a very slow-moving LRT along Finch Avenue. We have between Kipling Avenue and Islington Avenue have just over 1 kilometer, and I was driving by it the other day, and the LRT was moving at a snail's pace while I was doing just barely the speed limit.
Through the speaker, in terms of setting new speed limits, as mentioned, that would be an agreement between the TTC, City, and Metrolinx. But in terms of the authority of the CEO, he's already given direction, and we've already embarked as of this week on looking at any point in which we can enhance the performance of the line that's kind of controlled by the TTC. So that means dwell times, that means operator training, that means the length of time we spend at the end of the route. And so all that work is happening right now. And we anticipate that over the course of the next few weeks, that will improve the overall travel times on Finch.
My next question was going to be about the timing. You say that it could take a few weeks to make any incremental changes to the speed.
Through the speaker, we're making those changes right now in real time. In week 2 of operations, we've already learned quite a bit. And so some of that, of course, the bigger pieces we'll work with Metrolinx and the city on, but there are changes that we're already implementing around supervisors that we're putting on that route, making sure operator performance is where it needs to be, making sure we're not spending too much time dwelling at platforms or at the end terminals. And so that's happening right now.
There's been a lot of discussion about signal priority. What's currently happening with respect to making any adjustments to the signal priority right now? Is there anything immediate that could be done to improve the giving more priority to the LRT? And what impact would that have if that was to happen to the north-south traffic?
Yeah, through the speaker. So right now, as we speak, there's an existing, more basic form of TSP that's in operation. That being said, we're gathering data, we're going to be developing a model, and then implementing a design in the coming weeks ahead to basically see if we couldn't implement a more aggressive form of TSP that would, but for example, see transit go ahead of left-turning vehicles.
So I believe the motion makes a suggestion about aggressive signal priority. What does that look like? What does that mean, aggressive signal priority?
Yeah,
we either have it or we don't have it.
Yeah, through the speaker. So there's an existing form of TSP that's there, but it's a very basic form that simply extends the green light once the train arrives, or shortens the red so that minimizes the dwell time. So that's existing. What's being asked for through the motion now is for us to look at a more aggressive form of TSP that would actually prioritize transit ahead of vehicles turning left in particular.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Let's fix that. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. Metrolinx tested Line 6 at 60 kilometers an hour, as you've pointed out. Who set the lower speed limits? Was that Metrolinx? Was that the TTC? Was that the city?
Through the speaker, it was tested at 60 and agreed upon by all parties that for safety reasons that as you enter a platform, you would slow down because there are customers on the platform, and that's where it operated at 25. Similarly, that it would go through a live intersection, would operate at 25, and that's part of the agreement between the city and Metrolinx and the TTC.
So the city was involved in those conversations?
Through the speaker, correct.
Right. And when did those conversations start?
Through the speaker, I would imagine those conversations have been happening over the past 2 years, 2 or 3 years.
So what I have in my notes is that the TTC was first involved in, quote, the review of traffic design documentation as it relates to this stuff as far back as 2020. Does that sound like your understanding?
Through the speaker, that could be accurate.
Okay. I heard transportation services. This one's for you, Mr. Brown. I heard in your response to Councillor Myers that Metrolinx held the contract and that the city could not intervene. That is what I heard from you when you answered those questions. When did the city and the TTC first get involved then in the review of this? As I suggested to Mr. Cole there, it was as far back as 2020.
Yeah, through the speaker, once the information with respect to the design, so in terms of timing cards and other design elements from Metrolinx were passed over to us, that was where we had the ability to begin sort of coming up with what sort of strategies we would have that once the system gets turned over to us, we'd have the ability to...
But hang on a second, and let's be very clear here for everybody. It is our policy, it's our Vision Zero policies that dictate some of the speeds these vehicles move through the intersection. That's not a Metrolinx policy, and it might be an agreement between all three parties, but that is a policy that comes from this building.
Yeah.
Through the speaker, Councillor, the speed on the road and the speed in the guideway is a prescribed speed, and there's a bylaw that actually dictates
Whose bylaw?
City of Toronto bylaw.
Interesting.
Councillor Bradford, stop interrupting. Let the staff finish his answer. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker.
Go ahead. Can you please finish your answer?
So, to be clear, there's a City of Toronto bylaw that was enacted in 2021 that increased the speed in the guideway to 60 kilometers per hour. The speed through the intersection and the speed at the platform is an operational requirement that's been defined by the TTC.
How fast can they go?
Speaker, I don't please kind of rephrase the question.
How fast can they go? Streetcars through.
through the intersection?
Yeah.
Again, this is an operational requirement that the TTC will need to kind of determine
what is the
from a
answer?
safety perspective.
I think the answer is it's our bylaws, but I just want to be clear for everyone. It is a TTC bylaw that dictates 25 kilometers an hour. That's not Metrolinx. That's our bylaw.
Through the speaker, theoretically, how fast can the vehicle go at any point on the guideway? Being safe, it could go up to 60, depending on what segment it's in, obviously not on a turn and things like that. And then it's an overlay of the 25 kilometers that comes from the city and the TTC in agreement with Metrolinx through the intersection of the 25.
Can the vehicles go 80 kilometers an hour? Are they built and designed to do that? I know it would depend on track curvature and stuff, but can they do 80?
Through the speaker, yes. We'd like to see that happen safely and reliably before saying that but in theory.
What do they go underground?
So underground, in theory, they could get up to that speed.
Okay, good. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the question of the mayor, please. So to the mayor, after 7 years of construction and $3.7 billion spent on the Finch West LRT, I think it leaves a lot to be desired. It's actually slower than the buses it's replacing. And so I appreciate your intention to try and course correct over the months ahead and the years down the road with Line 6. But how does your proposal today ensure more accountability at the TTC for our customers right now? More accountability as us as the operator today for our customers.
Councillor Bradford, I appreciate your question. You do know that until the line opened, the Metrolinx had the complete control over the train and how it runs and whether the traffic control signals are connected with our signals at the lights. So until we had the TDC has control, we really could not activate and manage what needs to be done. So your question is, how do we keep TDC accountable? I believe that the Chair Myers had a motion in front of TDC only just a couple of days ago in the last meeting, and asking TDC staff and the CEO to speed up the train, check how the operators are operating, and look at ways to improve on their performance. And the CEO responded by saying there are 4 or 5 things that he's doing. I don't know if all of them are public, but I've been informed of what they plan to do.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know, how long did we know in advance that this would be so slow, that the LRT would operate at this speed? Did we already know a month ago, half a year ago, 2 years ago?
Through the Speaker, I'll take a stab at this. As mentioned, the anticipation is that the LRT will operate faster than it is right now, just because we're only in day 8 of operations. But at the same time, the speed through intersections at 25 kilometers and the speed at platforms with our customers for safety reasons has been, at 25 kilometers, has been known for months, if not years.
So at the outset, was there a projected average speed per hour, kilometers per hour what was the goal, I guess, when we started this journey to build the LRT? What was the goal of the speed of service delivery?
The round trip. Through the Speaker, the goal would be measured by kind of round trip. And so I'm going to have people nudge me if I'm not correct, but that was supposed to be 98 minutes in terms of scheduled for 98 minutes. And so that's the target that we would get to. And so you're going to have portions of the line that are slower and faster, but that's kind of how we would measure it.
How many minutes is it right now?
Right, depends on the run.
Right.
And again, we're collecting that data in real time. So sometimes we're hitting it and sometimes we're over it. So right now, that's the work that's happening.
So we're in, let's call it a soft opening. We're going to get to where we're operationally, smooth. What is our projection? Are we going to hit the 98 through that process of implementation?
Through the Speaker, that's exactly the plan.
And that 98, what is the average speed to achieve that?
I'd have to find that for you. I'm not doing it. It would change based on time of day and other conditions.
So beyond signal priority, what other tools are available? You were with me when we went to Kaohsiung. We rode their version of an LRT. What is different from their system and our system? What are things that we can learn from a global perspective?
Through the Speaker, so for sure signal priority is one of them, and that's the work that's being directed right now and is already happening. The other is just how you actually operate your train, and so how long you dwell at the end of a journey or a trip. In some cases, that's because an operator has to change over, and so how can you reduce that time? How can you reduce the dwell time? How can you make sure the vehicles, something as simple as the doors opening, how long do they stay open for? So it's all those pieces that, even though they might just be seconds, as they add up for a customer, it becomes an impact on how they perceive their journey. So that's the work that's happening.
Was it fully automated in Taiwan? I don't remember seeing an operator in the car.
Through the Speaker, I would have to check on that.
And are ours fully automated, or we have an operator in the car?
Through the Speaker, we have an operator.
And does that mean that there is more potential for human error or human decisions that can result in additional time?
Through the Speaker, that is possible, but we'd also like to think that there's also that human element can, react and create situations where they're addressing safety or service in other ways. But yes, we do have an operator in all of our vehicles.
And internationally, is that a standard now, or are countries moving towards more fully automated?
The trend is towards more driverless, but you still see a mix across the world. In Europe, there's a lot that still have an operator in the vehicle, but there's some instances in other parts of the world where they're going driverless.
And could that help us in terms of speed? Do you think that if it was more automated, that we would be able to achieve a higher speed?
Through the Speaker, obviously we're going to look at everything. I'm not sure that that's one of the factors that's impacting speed right now, because a lot of that's built in an automated way into the signaling system that Metrolinx's provider runs. So it's not the operator, they're actually then in some instances overruled by that signaling system.
And my
in an
last
automated way.
question, what can we learn from this process that we've just been on and apply to other projects that are currently in flight in terms of public's expectations, in terms of speed, in terms of what our implementation plans are?
Through the speaker, a good question, especially with Line 5 on everyone's mind, and I think it's certainly the way we communicate what these early weeks and days are in terms of not being the full service and not being kind of fully, at full throttle. I think it's an important point to communicate that beyond all the other technical learnings that we're going through right now.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. My first question is about the ridership on our streetcar lines and the lines that will now be served by the LRTs. What are the numbers?
Through the speaker, sorry, you want streetcar ridership?
What is the ridership on our streetcar lines and the lines that will now be served by the LRTs?
Can I I'll just get that streetcar ridership number for you.
Sure.
We'll just look that up.
Can we pause the time, please? Speaker, can we pause the time, please? Speaker, can we please pause the time?
King is 50. Through the speaker, we'll get you the precise number, but it would at least be 200,000 people a week on our streetcar system. The LRT system, with most of those Finch bus riders moving to it, would be up to 50,000 on Finch.
So that's a pretty significant.
When all told, when Finch is fully running, when Eglinton's open, plus our streetcar network, it will be, yeah.
And that's a significant number of people who are choosing to ride public transit instead of driving a car or contributing to congestion.
Through the speaker, because our streetcar network and how robust it is, the nature of how large our vehicles are and how many people they can carry, plus the fact they're largely operate in the downtown core, our ridership numbers are quite significant for streetcar. Obviously, bus is still about half of our system, but streetcar is significant.
Okay, well, that's important to hear. And also explains the kind of level of interest and communication that we've received on this. My next question is about how many intersections in Toronto currently have transit priority.
Through the speaker, it would be about 470 locations currently have transit signal priority.
Okay, so transit signal priority is not an uncommon measure for us to implement in the City of Toronto?
That's correct.
Okay, so taking the next step to enhance that and add more transit signal priorities to intersections, what impact do you see that having?
So the TTC works closely with the City of Toronto to add more transit signal priority locations every year. Our work program right now has a pace of about 50 intersections a year. And at each of those intersections where we implement TSP, we get the benefits of having green light extensions, red light truncations, all for the purpose of helping transit vehicles make it past the intersection and not get held up at a light.
So overall, there's been a net benefit when transit signal priority has been implemented, and I'll put that question to the TTC and to the city as well.
Yep, that's correct.
And from the city perspective, what has the impact been when we've been able to implement transit signal priority?
Yeah, through the chair. So this is a fundamental part of our congestion management plan strategy. It's critical for us to make transit as reliable as possible and as fast as possible for users within the city. Our mandate is to move as many people through corridors as possible, and so supporting TTC in terms of reliability achieves that goal.
And the final, I just do want to reiterate that we have a number of options to address congestion and to move users of our transit system more quickly. And transit signal priority is not something that is uncommon in terms of those measures that are before us. It is one of the tools that is commonly used to address these issues.
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
And I guess with the number that we have of transit signal priorities that already exist, what percentage would we be looking to kind of increase this to have the type of impact that we're looking for from the direction in this motion?
Through the Speaker, we are working on the updated congestion management plan, which looks at the possibility of essentially doubling the number of transit signal priority locations in the city, in parallel with implementing a more aggressive policy.
That's great. Thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, just the Speaker, just to verify that number, it's about 220,000 boardings a day on our streetcar network, so almost 1.5 million a week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, so end to end, what's the length of a trip now in terms of time? We know it's 11 kilometers, but time. You get on a vehicle at Keelan Finch, at 5 o'clock, what time do you expect to get off at Humber College?
Through the Speaker, the end-to-end is scheduled, round trip is scheduled to be 98 minutes. That's assuming you do
No, just
split in half.
Sorry?
47.
47, all right. Fair enough. So we were told over the great many years, and this is why the number has been seared into my brain, that the time for a trip from Keelan Finch to Humber College would be 33 minutes. So 47, 33, that would be, what's the math on that? What's 47 less 33? 13 minutes, right? 14 minutes? Why the difference between what we were, how we were sold this technology and the reality today?
Through the Speaker, the initial designs that were presented by Metrolinx, based upon the speeds that existed at that time, had the time, as you suggested, around 32, 33 minutes. And then over time, as the design progressed, and there was more input provided into the design by the TTC, by the city, that's when you saw that the time increased to the now, say, 45, 46 minutes.
Okay. So am I to understand that the 33 is the optimal time that we could ever get? Is that the 32 or 33 minutes, I always thought 33. And the reason why I remember the number is it's one of my old football numbers. I wore that on my jersey, and I remember in the early conversations on this, they kept saying 33, and the reason I remembered it is it was, the football jersey number, right? 33. So that's why I remembered. It wasn't 33. But let's go with the 33. Is the 33 the best we're ever going to be able to achieve?
Through the Speaker, so the 33 or 34 was the initial modeled time to kind of build out this concept for the line. Obviously, you heard from city staff how that changed over time. And so while 33 would still be a target for us, the 33 came from those much earlier planning days of where they thought they could design this line to.
Well, I'll tell you why 33 was important, because when we were being sold the line and the technology, right? You go out and you buy something, right? You say, we're going to pay $3 billion for this something, right? What are we going to get for the something, right? And one of the things we were going to get was a 33-minute trip from Keelan Finch to Humber College, right? You can't say, look, we're selling you a $3 billion product, and we're telling you it's going to be 33 minutes, and then at some point along the way, as you're delivering it, you say, by the way, what we told you before isn't going to work. That makes sense to you guys?
Through the Speaker, yes. And I think just to reinforce, Those are in much earlier planning stages of this line.
So I do have one last question I do want an answer to. It was asked earlier by Monsieur Myers, but I don't think I heard the answer on it. The stops, the pickups, they're on the other side of the lights. Why on the other side of the lights and not before the lights? Because everybody's asking that question now, that it's like readily visible for all of us, right? Wouldn't it make, I mean, the intuition says that if you do the stop before the light, right? You know, the vehicle gets to a red light, stops, you know, does the pickup and drop off, and then I would imagine the light turns green and you go, right, to your next one. Like, why the other way around? What's the engineering answer for that?
That was your last question.
No, I know, but that's a really serious question.
No, answer it.
Through the speaker, so the far side stop that you see on Finch is much more akin to what you see around the world. So it's certainly Toronto aligning with international kind of leading practices as opposed to what we've had here for the last 100 years. But it's also supposed to be tied with that transit signal priority, so really to make that work by having it on the far side.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my understanding that when we do a major infrastructure project with third parties, the City of Toronto signs a memorandum of agreement. Was a memorandum of agreement signed between City of Toronto and Metrolinx with, I believe the TTC is a co-signer?
Through the Speaker, there is an LRT master agreement that exists between the TTC, the City of Toronto, and Metrolinx.
And that would have been adopted by this council or the commission board, or?
Through the Speaker, again, this LRT master agreement was signed, I believe, it was endorsed by council about 16, 20 years ago, roughly. Sorry, about 15 years ago.
Okay, so fair enough. So this council did see the agreement and kind of knew what it is. It's hard to predict, but we certainly had a lens on what was coming. So what we're discussing or what we've seen, it should not be a shock to many if they go back. Now, when we're talking about speeds, when you're looking at 18 stations in 11 kilometers with stopping and starting, stopping and starting, I'm not an engineer, but I highly doubt we could ever get up to maybe 25 kilometers an hour when you're stopping and starting that often in an 11 kilometer stretch. Would that be a fair assumption?
Through the Speaker, very fair. The more stops you have, the less you're able to kind of build up or retain that speed.
Yeah. So number of stations is usually advocated by neighborhoods or elected officials. It's popular to have more and more stations, but people have to understand that the more stations you have, the longer the route's going to be as far as time is concerned.
Through the Speaker, correct. Anytime there's a discussion about a removal of a bus stop, a streetcar stop, in the City of Toronto, it becomes very contentious and difficult to eliminate that, even if the trade-off is enhanced speed.
So in, I believe, Seattle, the LRT has priority over cars making left-hand turns. And I understand in our situation, the train has to wait for all the left-hand turn vehicles to clear. Is that currently what we're facing?
Through the Speaker, as per the policy that we currently have, that's correct. That being said, we are working right now as we speak to change our policy so that the transit would be moving ahead of left-turning vehicles.
So we would pause the advanced green or the U-turn signal or whatever is there. So that's in the works.
Yeah, through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay. Looking back, do you think a winter launch was a mistake? If you had to do it all over again, would you do it summer or spring? Has that had any impact? I know people get very grumpy standing on a platform in minus 30-degree weather. Do you think that's part of what we're looking at here in hindsight, maybe a better weather launch?
Through the Speaker, obviously with the new model of delivery of transit in the city, a launch date is not the exclusive domain of one of the parties. So it's a balance between people wanting the line and the asset available as soon as possible and the pressure to do that, balancing it with picking that perfect time. We do like opening a new line though when the ridership is lower. So sometimes winter does align with that if your ridership's down at the time. Like when we opened up the subway extension in December.
I remember that very well. And this was most exciting. I will say the launch of this, we had a lot of fun, and it was a great moment in Toronto Transit. Last question. Some of it noticed on the trains that the government of Ontario and the government of Canada logos were there with big stickers, but the City of Toronto name and logo were not on the trains. Was that a... I mean, the trains I saw. Now, I didn't go through the whole yard, but I'm just wondering whether Toronto was left out there by accident or whether we didn't really contribute to the trains.
Through the speaker, the TTC logo I know is on the train as operators, but the City of Toronto logo I believe is not there because they weren't a funding contributor.
They were not a funding contributor to the trains?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I believe staff said that the round trip should take 98 minutes on Finch West. I think it was Mr. Cole that made that comment.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
What's it now?
Depends on time of
average.
Day. Average, we are hitting 98 sometimes, but most times we're, again, depending on time of day, we're over that right now, up to anywhere from 98 to 120.
So 30-odd% over.
Okay. Through the speaker.
At worst case, 30% over. Okay.
We just don't have enough data 8 days in.
It's just kind of a filler question. What's if in signal priority, what do you think that would help in terms of percentages? So we know that you're either on time up to 30% over. With signal priority, where does that get you?
Yeah, through the speaker, we know that adding signal priority is going to have benefits, although I have to admit that it's still too early on in the game in terms of our data collection to model and have like an accurate reflection of what that impact would be. But we do believe that it would be a notable difference.
So we're voting on something that we don't know the impact?
Through the speaker, given our prior experience when it comes to implementing transit signal priority, we do believe that it's going to have a very significant benefit, notable benefit.
Okay, I guess. So with each individual intersection, who's making the decision? Like, would you be looking at, let's say there are 20 intersections, I don't know. Would all 20 be, would they get signal priority, or would you do it as a case-by-case basis, taking into account local conditions? You know, because at some intersections there are knock-on effects. Of course, you know, Roger, I'm thinking of, through the speaker, I'm thinking of Leslie and Eglinton. That's a three-way signal. That backup actually causes Councillor Chernos Lynn a lot of grief with all the traffic that gets backed up in Lee's side. So I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, through the speaker, it is a very complex balancing act, as you suggest. So we would be looking at each intersection and making sure that in terms of that we're giving the maximum amount of priority that we can to the movement, but at the same extent, not necessarily negatively impacting transit in the north-south direction, for example, or negatively impacting traffic as well, too. So we have to look at all the different variables, but the ultimate goal is to give the maximum amount of TSP possible at each intersection.
Okay, so it's a balancing act. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so would the local councillor be advised on, like, a problem intersection, like Leslie and Eglinton would which actually Councillor Chernos Lynn and I share, would we be advised of those changes, or is it just going to be done and we wake up one morning and...
Yeah, through the speaker, as we're modeling these and coming up with plans and designs for change, we can absolutely consult with you in advance with any sort of, if there are negative impacts as a result of the change.
And you'll personally be involved, because I like you?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And then my last question is, just on that three-phase signal, which is very, I know, a niche issue, but if the transit is phase 1, and then the other 2 directions are phase 2 and 3, if you're in phase 2, and then transit comes up, does it immediately stop and go to phase 1 for transit? Yeah?
Through the speaker, no. So what it would do is it would truncate or minimize the red time, but it would minimize the red time on the predominating variable, which would be pedestrian cross time in that opposing direction.
I shouldn't have asked that question. I'm more confused. Could you try again to help me?
Through the speaker, so what we would do is if it arrives on a red, the existing
Phase 1,
yeah,
transit arrives on red, yeah.
yeah. So what we would do is we would then try to minimize the amount of red time, or in other words, shorten the green in the
For the others.
For the other direction, exactly.
Would you go from 2 back to 1, or do you do 2, go to 3, like short phases and come back to 1?
It would be short phases and then come back.
On 2, then you go to 3 short phases. You never miss the sequence, is what you're saying.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Mr. Brown, you talked about active signal priority. This means we stretch the green, we truncate the red. But then someone asked you, what does more aggressive mean? And it says that you prioritize transit ahead of vehicles turning left. What does that look like?
Yeah, through the speaker. So we're looking at a rotational phase approach. So ultimately what would happen is if there's no transit vehicle there, the left-turning vehicles would have their advance left. If a transit vehicle is present and detected by the system, the transit vehicle would be allowed to go through the intersection first, and then the left-turning vehicles would be allowed to have their phase.
Did you ever play Uno? Did you ever get a miss your turn card? Is that what this is?
Through the speaker, so essentially what would happen is you'd still get the opportunity to make the left turn after the transit has cleared the intersection.
So there would be a pause essentially on the clock of the intersection?
Essentially, yes, yeah.
Okay, so with every pause, there's 60 seconds in a minute. We don't manufacture time. So for any pause in the intersection, that means that traffic on both axes builds up a little bit more.
Yeah, through the speaker, that is correct, yeah.
And so we're talking about left turn cues. What's the problem we're trying to solve by holding the left turn?
Through the speaker, we're trying to move as many people through the corridor as possible. And in doing so, the ridership obviously is more significant than the left-turning vehicles. We're providing priority to the transit over the left-turning vehicles. That being said, we're not extending. We're basically giving the minimum amount of time that transit needs to clear the intersection in a safe manner, then immediately reverting back to the left-turning vehicles. So in other words, trying to minimize the delay for left-turning vehicles as well.
So the left-turning vehicles, if it's not a dedicated phase, we're not talking about those intersections, they get the advanced green maybe, or they just get a green and they creep out into the intersection and then they get in the way of the tracks. So is that the problem we're trying to solve? We're trying to get those cars out of the intersection.
Through the speaker, so the intent is a situation where it's a red light as the train is approaching, and normally what would happen is the left turn phase would come first,
right?
But instead of the left turn phase coming first, the train gets the solid green permission to go through, and then after that, the left turning vehicles would be able to proceed.
On the same standard timing, or does it get truncated?
Through the speaker on the same standard timing.
What happens if the green comes, the left turn vehicles creep out into the intersection, and then the train comes, and they're standing there waiting for the left turn, waiting vehicle to flush? No change?
Through that, through the speaker, through that scenario, that we wouldn't be hard stopping and changing. Yeah.
So how many times does this occur? It's 11 kilometers. How many intersections do you have?
Through the speaker, there's 24 intersections, and 21 of them have left turns, yeah.
And how many of them have a dedicated phase where the cars are held in queue, flush the left, then they proceed to have green light?
Through the speaker, all 21 of them do.
All 21 have a dedicated phase where the cars can't advance into the intersection?
That's correct, yeah.
So then what's the problem?
Through the speaker,
there would be no cars blocking the intersection.
Yeah, right now transit waits for the left turning vehicles, and then after that there's a safety period as well too to make sure those vehicles have cleared. So between the left turning vehicles and the sort of all red phase in between, That's the delay that the transit is experiencing.
So there's no issue with blocking, not like downtown Toronto where cars creep into the intersection and block.
Correct. That's not the issue
So
we're trying to.
the other half of the motion talks about streetcars, so then what's contemplated for that? We dealt with Finch, it's a stop the clock, I get it. What's the rest of the motion suggesting?
So through the speaker, and we've been directed in the past on this as well, to the idea of revisiting our policy with respect to transit signal priority citywide, with a very heavy focus on streetcars. So looking at each of the streetcar lines and seeing if there's opportunities for signal timing improvements, signal modifications, and likewise if we can implement that more aggressive transit signal priority policy on streetcars as well too.
The stop the clock idea that I described, those are my words.
Yeah, through the speaker, correct. And the example that was given before on Spadina, at an intersection that's not impacting opposing transit, yeah, we would look to implement.
So in the simplest sense, everybody holds, streetcar goes through, not about stretching the red or the green, everyone stops, and that time doesn't get made up. It's consumed by the transit, so the cars build up in the other axes, and these are major arterials, right?
Through the speaker, yes, priority is being given to the transit.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to just follow up on some of the questions from my colleague, Councillor Burnside. Do you feel with this direction that we're giving you, or that we're contemplating giving you, that that you can take into account traffic challenges at particular intersections, for example, Leslie and Eglinton, because as you know, there have been significant issues in this area?
Through the speaker, absolutely. This is why it's so important for us to gather data now that the system's in operation, model the situation, and come up with a design, and try to be very sensitive to the existing congestion issues, specifically like a location like Eglinton and Leslie.
Okay, and then when you have like the situation that Councillor Holiday just asked about, where everything stops because the transit is given priority, when you have like a T intersection, a three-way intersection like this one, is it possible to still have a right turn signal, for example, coming south on Leslie so that those cars could still move through? Like, will you look at all those parameters? Because when transit goes through, you could still have right turn traffic in that case. It's not like every other intersection.
Through the speaker, that's absolutely correct. So we would definitely look at it from the point of view of any other movements that can occur safely without conflicting with transit. We would allow those to go concurrently.
Okay, and then final question. When you have it stop because the subway goes through or the LRT goes through, is there a lag time? Like, how do we ensure that it recognizes that the train has gone through and that there isn't this big long lag of us waiting and then waiting for traffic to be able to start in other directions?
Yeah, through the speaker. So there is a detection system that once it detects that the train has safely cleared the intersection, it'll automatically revert to the next phase and minimize that delay.
Okay, because I think in certain cases like Bayview and Eglinton, that optimization of that will be truly, truly important. I actually have one more question. Sorry, I lied. Are we able to, like, do we have smart signals that can determine the, like, where the traffic is heaviest and perhaps change the order to make it, like, or does it always stay in the same circuit? Like, if you know that there's more traffic coming south on Leslie, or because it's rush hour in the morning versus rush hour at night, can it recognize where that is and then adjust the signal accordingly when we still have transit signal priority?
Yeah, through the speaker. So any of our smart signals have that capability where it detects the demand and automatically adjusts based on the demand.
Okay, I think that, do we have one at that intersection or you don't know?
Through the speaker, that one I would have to take back because it's through the whole Metrolinx design and integrated with the transit operation. It's a lot more complicated, and so there's other technologies that are in effect that are existing there right now that we can leverage to really optimize the operation.
Okay, I think this is going to be a key intersection going forward, and I'll look forward to working with staff on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this item? No, okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week it was really exciting that we were able to finally ride the Finch West LRT. I do want to share Councillor Anthony Peruzza's excitement because he's been pushing for that line for a long time. And finally, people from the northwest part of our city are now connected through a public transit line to the rest of the city. It was a unique experience. I rode it twice, and it was smooth. It was comfortable, and it was quite quiet. And the riders that were packed on the first ride were just very excited. Yes, it is a bit too slow. That is why we are here working to speed it up. This motion in front of you is asking for traffic signal and a priority. It's active signal priority. Rather than waiting for red lights for a long time or for a left turning cars, they would have the priority, which means that you would have a faster ride. This is not the only thing that can be done. We are asking TDC, and Chair Jamel Myers have a motion in front of TDC last week, so that you will be seeing, and already is occurring, both the city manager and the CEOs of Metrolink and TDC working together as a team to speed up this train. And I have no doubt that they are able to do so. And we'll hear back in January what kind of results we will see. I also want to see, when we finally have in a position to open the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, which is line 5, that I expect that the service level portion will have signal priority as well. Okay? I do not want to see Eglinton Crosstown to be fast underground, but slow above ground. So we are looking to do both lines. It also, look in this motion, the third piece of it is dealing with the streetcars on signal priority and timing. Of course, we have traffic agents and other people that can assist. So there will be a plan. And this third piece is a plan for expediting added transit signal priorities at intersections on the service transit network where the required technology is not currently installed. So let's look at what we can do and how much it might cost. So this motion provides direction to do the urgent work now and report back very soon, okay, in the first quarter of 2026. Making Toronto streetcars and our new LRT more reliable is part of my plan for TDC. Last week, Scarborough councillors, you'll be pleased to know that we're asking for the Scarborough busway, that the good news is it's going to be open next year instead of 2027. That will shave all yes, yes, Councillor Ainsley, finally. And we're speeding up the construction by working more shifts and also longer working hours and on weekend also. There are other items that we are doing to make TDC more affordable. For example, the more you ride, the less you pay. That's rolling out later next year. And of course, you know that the fares have not increased 3 years running, and it will not increase in January 2026, thereby saving a family, at least with a couple, working couple, $300 a year. So certainly, previous administration balanced TDC budget by raising fares and cutting services. We are doing exact opposite. And I hope, Councillor Sachs, you are saying it's all ready to go and ride the Finch LRT and make it as fast as possible. So to all the TDC commissioner here with us, thank you for your work last week. Let's just keep pushing and get that LRT going much faster. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, Mr. Brown told us today that his understanding about a more aggressive active transit signal priority was to prioritize the left-turning vehicles. And we talked a little bit about what that meant technically. Can you tell me how much time that proposed change is going to save?
Sorry, just keep going. Sorry, I had trouble hearing you. How much so far I heard.
How much time will be saved?
Oh, how many minutes do I save? I can't tell you that. I'm sure our technical experts can give you the details on both the right turn and the left turn.
They said they didn't have it, though.
They can certainly come up with a plan. They absolutely should have a plan, and I have no doubt that they will.
So if this creates public backlash because there's more congestion on those major streets and the cross streets as a result of tinkering with the lights, would we not want to know as a council before we make the decision to move ahead about what the benefit is?
Councillor Holiday, I wouldn't call giving public transit that holds hundreds of people tinkering. It's not, we are giving them priority. There's no reason why 3 or 4 cars making left turn, that looking at what, 5 people maybe, should have priority over any number of, even in a slow day, it'll be 50 people or maybe hundreds. So why wouldn't we have transit signal priorities? If you ask me, what would be best way to deal with congestion? Having faster, more reliable public transit, more affordable public transit is the best way to deal with congestion. If not, we will just forever being stuck in traffic if there is no alternative.
So you mentioned 3 or 4 cars, but what about a rush hour scenario where people are backed up for long lengths of time on major arteries just trying to get to work, to school, to home, knowing they don't have a lot of other choices on streets? And if that gets out of balance and there's a public backlash, how do we explain all this to them?
Councillor Holiday, you can easily say that with the LRT operating, there wouldn't be as many buses, okay? Which means that there will be more space on the road, so there will be less congestion. More people taking the LRT means they're not driving. Less drivers means that you have more space on the roads. And if you look at any metropolis around the world, those that have the least the highest usage in terms of nodal speed split between number of people taking public transit versus driving, the higher the split, meaning that the more people take public transit, the less congested the street. If you look at Japan, Tokyo, Hong Kong, London, New York, they have massively invested in public transit. We're just catching up.
No more left-hand turns, is that the message? when you travel, make right-hand turn circles, because that's what this implicates, is that it will stack up cars trying to make a left, which is far different than the through movement. And if you have to wait several light cycles just to get to where you're going, that's profound. Why would we not think that people are going to be upset with this?
Councillor Holiday, I was a councillor at the time when the Spadina streetcar lanes was put into the middle of the streetcar on Spadina. I heard the exact argument, what you are saying right now, that what if we can't make this turn, a left turn on this street or onto Spadina, what will happen? Well, you know, a lot of the drivers just drive a little bit further and then make a U-turn on, say, College Street, and they're able to travel south. They don't have to make a left turn on Cecil Street, for example. They could go around and turn at the next intersection at the light.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Bravo, questions.
Thank you. Question to the mayor. I was going to ask you about whether you knew of a single major global city that didn't implement these kinds of measures, but you already answered that. So I would like to understand what other measures have been taken by the City of Toronto under your leadership to ensure that we're fighting congestion all over the city.
Well, first, before I arrived here, there were, I think, 2 traffic agents. And now there are 100. And you see them being very active in major intersections. They prevent at least 95% of the drivers that block the box, which is blocking the intersections. And therefore, congestion is the traffic is moving a lot faster, and and safer for everyone, because they could direct traffic. And if you add that on top of the congestion plan that we put together, it includes giving financial incentives for construction companies, whether they are doing water, hydro, or Rogers laying some fiber cable, that the longer it takes for you to do the construction and close the lane, the more you pay. It used to be a flat rate. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable that it's a flat rate. So right now it's an escalating cost. The longer it is, the more you pay. And on top of that, if you are shutting down a main street, Artillery Road, you pay more. So what I've noticed is that a lot of the constructions have now moved onto the side street instead of taking up a major traffic lane. And that too helps. So what I've noticed is that the construction, the traffic flow in the downtown area has improved by 13%. Yeah. So it is getting better. And there are the other implementation of the congestion plan is rolling out, I believe, in a couple of months. So it all helps.
Thank you. In terms of whether this has a political stripe or there's like a partisan thing attached to this, isn't it accurate that with one voice, the provincial government, Metrolinx as an agency that's been charged by the provincial government to oversee transit expansion, and the City of Toronto and other municipalities in Ontario recognize that that moving more people faster in mass transit is actually foundational, not just for climate, for people that need to get to work on time, but also for the whole region's economy. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. I spoke to the Minister of Transportation, both himself and the Premier and the CEO of Metrolinx have signaled to us that it is their priority. They want this train to go as fast as possible, this LRT, and because they invested in tremendous amount of money into the Finch West LRT, and they too, and also the Eglinton Crosstown. So any way that we could cooperate and work together to speed up both of these trains, they are 100% on board.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
You're blowing a kiss to me, thank you.
Well, no, it was actually to Councillor Bravo.
Oh,
Big,
okay.
I'm a big
Oh.
fan. I'm a big fan.
Darn, wasn't for me, all right.
Yeah, well, you know what we're talking about. But anyway, just through the speaker, in terms of measures you've taken, are there any others to reduce congestion? Are there any others that you're considering? Actually, before I ask that question, you talked about major cities. London was an example.
Tokyo, Hong
Tokyo,
Kong.
sure. That all, I think, have reliable transit, but that's kind of a different question, I guess. They also
No,
have,
it
a lot of them
isn't.
have congestion pricing. Is
They
that
do.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, is that, so if you're following the other major cities and their models with congestion pricing, is that something you'd be considering?
It's not up to us, Councillor, you and I know that. I think the previous mayor or previous council have requested it and it was rejected immediately. The consideration didn't go very far. So after, you and I may actually both agree that we need speed cameras, right? And we didn't get that either. There are things that we would like. We would like cameras to show who's blocking the box so that they would be charged. If they are doing something illegal, stopping on during peak hour on a thoroughfare and blocking everybody, they should be charged too. And we should be able to use a camera to capture it, except the province won't let us. So talking about congestion pricing, why go down that road? Because the premier and the provincial government has said many times, don't even think about it. So at some point you sort of said, how about if we try something else? One of which that we want to do is see if we could hire more traffic agents. That would work better. And if we could encourage the police, the traffic department to do more enforcement of the law. I think you would agree with that.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Actually, I would hire, for the extra 15,000, I'd actually hire more police officers so that they could actually enforce the law.
Yeah.
100%. So I'm not sure if we need more traffic agents that can't do that. But, okay, so governments come and go, though, right? And so presumably you'll be running again for mayor, and if you get reelected, you might actually outlive this current government.
This current government, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you? I don't think the premier would like to hear that.
Well, I mean, that's just that's a political reality, right? We all have our time. But is it something you'd be interested in? Forget whether you can do it or not. Is it something you'd be interested in doing? Congestion pricing. I mean,
Councillor, I don't speculate. What I do want to do is to look at what else we can do, because what I've noticed is this. The Auditor General said to us that a lot of the construction that closes lanes, they are not legal. They did not apply for a permit to do so. My gosh, if you didn't apply for a permit to do so, you shouldn't be doing the construction. Guess what? We have not been catching them. So right now, there's a dashboard, and I encourage you and all the councillors, when you see there's a construction that's happening, you should see on the dashboard, on the map, whether that construction is legal or not. If it's illegal, tell 311, our officers will go there, shut it down, and reopen the road, and then make sure they applied for a permit. Because we are noticing that some people are just digging up the street, put up the cones, and without any
I do have to give you credit. I asked one simple question. It's taken 4 minutes and I still haven't got an answer.
It's congestion.
But I guess that's why Councillor Perk said to me, we don't call it answer period. Anyway, thank you.
But congestion. But what do the number one problem of congestion is construction. If those construction is illegal, they have not applied for a permit to do so, we should catch them, right? We should find them.
Thank you.
It's breaking the law.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. Just as a follow-up to Councillor Burnside's question, I believe that construction is a big problem here as it relates to congestion. This is a construction-related project. Where are you at with the traffic czar here in the city of Toronto? Because that was a proposal I talked about years ago. You adopted it, the idea months ago, but my understanding is it's still just a job posting. And
Oh, no,
wondering
but
when are we going to hear the announcement about the traffic czar?
I believe the person is hired. The announcement, I'm waiting for the city staff to work with the person to make it public.
Okay, Torontonians have been waiting a long time, so I hope we can do that
You
quickly.
need to take that up with the city manager because, as I've answered here before,
Wow.
that they first went internal and they did not find someone. Of course, you and I would agree that you want someone that's the best candidate. So they end up doing a search beyond the city. They went external. And they are now, they have now able to locate a person.
Well, respectfully, you're the boss of the city manager, so maybe you could take that up with the city manager. As it relates to the item in front of us, how long have you personally been working with Metrolinx on behalf of the city on the Finch LRT Line 6?
The Finch LRT Line 6 was just turned over to us.
Yeah.
The TDC and City of Toronto only got control of the line and the signaling system recently.
Yeah.
You do know the responsibility of the signal priority design rested with Metrolinx until it was completed.
So let me
So
ask
it was,
about that.
well, line
I
Line
don't think
5,
that's what staff
Line 6
said.
was not completed
Yeah.
until just a few weeks ago.
So that's not what we heard from city staff, though. And so let me try it again. My question was, how long have you been working with Metrolinx and the TTC on the construction and the turnover to us as the operator of Line 6 Finch West LRT? How long? Like, did you just start this week when it got turned over?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So as we heard,
Actually not.
and the answer might not be on the paper, but we heard from staff today that it's city bylaws and TTC bylaws that actually dictate the speed in which these vehicles are going through the intersection. We heard a bunch of different ways, the same thing over and over again. I'm seeing nodding from the staff benches there, 25 kilometers an hour. That's a TTC policy. That's a city bylaw. And so, you know, presumably, you didn't answer the question, but presumably you've been working with Metrolinx on this since you took office a couple years ago. Why are you only now bringing it to everyone's attention that we have to work on signal priority when it is in fact the city's own policies and bylaws that dictate the speed and the approach through the intersection? That's not a turnover, hand over to the city, figure it out thing. That's something that you should have been involved in the past couple of years.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, allow the mayor to answer the question.
So when did you
please.
start having those conversations?
Councillor Bradford, let me be clear about something.
Please.
We are in the first week. We're still in the bedding in period. This is a key recommendation of the Ottawa LRT inquiry, where because there was no bedding in period, because it was rushed in 2019 when it just opened, and that there was derailment twice, the signaling didn't work, they lost power, and through the 3 years from 2019 to 2021, the Ottawa LRT suffered tremendously. This is what happened when you rush. So right now, in the first week, this is the first week, there is a long bedding in period, and that is critically important, okay? It is only through the bedding period where you can improve the whether it's the signaling and all of that. But I do want to point out, though, the signaling problems, if you ask CDC, it is the company that right now that is maintaining, which is Mosaic, maintaining the LRT.
So
it's not under control of TTC.
Madam Speaker, just as a final follow-up to that.
No, sorry.
No, I have 3
No,
seconds.
that was your last question.
And I haven't even finished.
That was your last question. Thank you. Thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Resumed. Please take your seats. Okay. I believe we have quorum. All right. Before we start, Councillor Holliday, you would like to make an introduction on one of the schools that you have in your ward?
Thank you, Speaker. And this is a joint welcome on behalf of myself and Deputy Mayor Morley, where I'm pleased to welcome students from Kingsway College School visiting us in the council chamber today. KCS is a school in Etobicoke, and in fact, they have two campuses, one in Etobicoke Center and one in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I believe that the students here today are visiting us from Etobicoke Lakeshore to learn a little bit about democracy, and maybe they'll take a little bit back and talk about it at school, but I hope you enjoy your tour today and you see how council works. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Councillor Cole, before we start, I realize that you want to declare conflict. Okay, just one sec. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm declaring my interest in items MM 35.15, MM 35.17, because my son Josh Cole works for the TDC as the Chief Strategy and Customer Experience Officer, and these items fall within his oversight.
Okay, have you submitted in your form?
I think Andy has, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. And before we start, Councillor Cheng, you wanted to just make a short announcement?
That's right. I rise to express my deep gratitude to Mayor Chow for her proclamation of Christian Heritage Month in December. I thank Councillor Mantis, Nunziata, Crisanti, and Myers, who co-hosted a celebration here at City Hall last Friday night. It was a beautiful evening of singing and prayer and a reminder of how sweet it is when people can gather in unity. We celebrate the amazing work of so many churches and faith-based organizations that build community, serve those in need, and foster a much-needed sense of belonging for so many across our city. While the message of Christmas has been significantly commercialized, we take a moment and remember the reason for the season, that God would come in the vulnerability of a baby born in lowly circumstances and show true power is expressed through sacrificial love and humility, so opposite to what the world defines as power these days. I'm grateful for all the churches in Toronto, the work that they do across our city, and I'm grateful that I live in a country where I can worship in freedom. And I hope those who celebrate Christmas across our city can enjoy a holiday season that is filled with hope, peace, and love. Thank you.
Okay, I know I have some members' motion to introduce, but I don't know if we have 18. Okay, we don't have 18 members. Quick releases before we go back to the agenda. Councillor Cheng.
Oh, I'm holding it down, sorry. Thank you.
I thought you were going to do a quick...
I was, but it's not as quick as we thought it was.
Okay. Any... Councillor Holliday, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. Over the lunch, I was able to speak to staff and have my questions answered, so I'm releasing CC 35.17, Official Plan Amendment 231, Ontario Land Tribunal Hearing, Request for Directions. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Holliday is releasing CC 3517. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Cole, did you not say you had a quick release?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have item for quick release, North York 27.2, 245-251 Marley Avenue, 1 to 7 Bromar Crescent, and 16 Stainer Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application appeal, report board 8. I move the recommendations in the September 29, 2025 report from the Director of Community Planning, North York District, which the clerk can put up on the screen, essentially giving direction to staff to move forward on this appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay. Pardon? Do we have the motion? We have it? Okay, so on NY 27.2, which is here without a recommendation, Councillor Cole has his amendment on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a quick release?
Yes. TE 27.51, transit priority measures to support the 505 Dundas 6-minute network. There's a supplementary report that needs to be moved, and then I can quick release it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the number. What was it?
TE 27.51.
51? Okay, just let me find it. Okay.
So I have to move this
Yes.
supplementary report.
Okay, that's transit priority measures to support the 505 Dundas. Deputy Mayor Malik is releasing the item. Okay, just one sec. Okay, so the amendment is on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the item that we were, oh, we have 18 members now? Okay, as long as nobody leaves, we have 18 members. So please stay in your seats. Councillor Matlow.
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay, just give us a sec to put it up on the screen.
I move the unforeseen motion. I move this based on trust.
No, you can't base it on trust in this council chamber.
That's not in order?
No trust.
It will fix the city, I promise.
Okay, there it is right now.
I move the reopening and amending item 2025, page 18.1, 267 to 275 Murden Street zoning bylaw amendment application decision report approval.
Okay. On favor, carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matlow, you did second a motion
I'd
for
be happy to
Councillor
move
Turnus Lynn, if you can introduce it.
I move the reopening and amending item 2025 NY 25.9, 133 and 141 Erskine Avenue rental housing demolition application decision report approval on behalf of Councillor Turnus Lynn.
On favor, carried. Is that it? Councillor Sachs, I see your name on the screen. Is it up there for a reason?
Yes, I have a quick release, and there should be a new motion of mine.
Which item is it?
Well, it has to be introduced. Like, I submitted a motion last week to be introduced. 17 St. Andrew, should have that somewhere.
No, I don't believe we have it.
Well, all right, I'll find the confirmation and we'll go around that again. But in the meantime, I can release GG 26.22.
Okay, hold on. GG
26.22, execution of construction agreement with Kilmore Tricon for the construction of a new Toronto Paramedic Services multifunction station at 610 Bay Street.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is releasing GG 26.22. On favor? Carried. All right, so we'll now go back to the item. We can put the list on the screen. Okay, Councillor Holliday, you're next to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. What's before us, Council, is a very important proposal. In fact, it's fundamental on a lot of streets. So not only does it propose to make changes on Finch, but it proposes changes sweeping across the city where there are streetcars. I want to go back to the Finch example. We heard today, and we know, that this has only been up and running for a week. A week. And we heard, the mayor even mentioned it, that in the city of Ottawa, they determined that it was prudent to take your time at the beginning of a new infrastructure project to understand it. I suspect even in the first week that things are running a little bit slower because it's a complicated, guided way across a very busy street that I happen to be on very recently and know that people dart across, they cut across the lights, you got to pull a U-ey if you want to make a left out of a driveway on the wrong side of the street. And yet the proposal in front of us dashes to go and make changes. What are those changes? Well, we don't have a report, so we got some answers to questions, and from the best I can make of it, the proposal is that when an LRT, approaches a red light, what it will do, it will hold red in all the directions, and it will allow that tram to go through prior to activating the left turn signal. Why does this matter, you may ask? Well, let's say it takes 10, 15, 20 seconds for that tram to cross the intersection. That is the only movement during that period of time. Otherwise, it would have occurred after the left turn signal, and it would have operated in parallel with the flow of traffic. So you were doing two movements during one window. Why should we care? Well, because the one thing in this world that you cannot manufacture is time. So for the period of time that all the axes of the intersection is held on red, traffic accumulates. So that affects people on Finch. It also affects me. I ride a bus that is on Kipling that crosses Finch. So every opposite axis will also take a time penalty because of this change. That's important. That affects a lot of people in the city. Why do we do this, do you ask? Well, this is classic city council. We rush forward before actually defining the problem that needs to be solved. I saw the news stories. I understand the predicament that the mayor is in. She's taking criticism because it is a very long trip. By the way, the trip is 46 minutes by design. By design. Not necessarily the 55 that's being reported today. Maybe that has something to do with it being new. But if we're going to pick up a few seconds, and I don't know, because we don't have a report or any analysis about what benefit this is going to be to the transit riders, I especially don't know what this is going to mean to everybody else that either relies on this major artery or crosses this major artery, including on a bus. That's why when we make big decisions like changing traffic lights, where seconds count, and they result in an accumulation of a built-up queue trying to make a movement through the lights, do we have to understand that this is fundamental. And so rushing into these decisions is not prudent. We can look to examples in other public transit systems. So you can argue or not about the seconds and who deserves to have them. And that's city council for you. Take something away from one group and give it to another. I will ask you to think of this. The last time we did rash things that affected the public transportation system, I say that broadly, like putting bike lanes and reducing lanes, we had a public backlash. And that's what I'm concerned about here, is people sitting at those intersections will see it frozen on red and say, why on earth am I sitting here watching something crawl through the intersection when I could be moving in the same direction as it? And if you have a public backlash, people lose faith in the government decision and the infrastructure in front of us. And then it taints all the transit proposals going forward. I think that's a shame. And I think I've seen that with bike lanes, especially out in Etobicoke, where perfectly good lanes that are off a street get challenged because people think about what happened on Bloor Street. I hope we pay some common sense to what's being put before us. Take a deep breath, understand the problem that needs to be solved, and then
5
get back and address
seconds.
it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm proud to second this motion because I believe simply that rapid transit must be rapid. I've heard directly from our customers, I've heard from transit professionals, and I experienced it myself. Line 6 is slow. And we already know that our streetcars have the slowest average speed times in the world. As we've heard in the discussion today, there's a lot of reasons for this. But whatever the reasons, we know that when LRTs and streetcars move too slowly, people lose confidence in transit. They get back in their cars, congestion worsens, and the billions we've invested in public transit don't deliver the benefits they were meant to. That's why I brought forward a similar motion to the one we're debating today at our last TTC board meeting, and I'm proud to say it passed overwhelmingly. And while I'm not the first TTC chair to advocate for these changes, with the leadership of the mayor and the support of my colleagues, I do hope that I'm the last. This isn't about blame. It's about taking our collective responsibility to speed up our surface transit seriously and empowering city and TTC officials to get the work done. One of the most immediate and practical tools available to us is transit signal priority. Signal priority works, it's proven, it's cost effective, it works all over the world. And cities around the world have been using it to make their transit much more faster and reliable than what we experience in Toronto. This is the moment many customers, professionals, and TTC employees have been waiting for. The moment that political will exists to optimize signal priority and corridor performance on line 5 and 6 and across our streetcar network. Riders don't care who owns the LRTs or the streetcars. They just care about what we're doing to make them faster and more reliable. And as TTC chair, I take this seriously. This motion directs staff to focus on what can be done now, not years from now, and to just do what needs to be done. Not to talk about it, not to study it, just to do it. I'm asking my council colleagues to support this motion so we can deliver the transit system Torontonians deserve, one that moves people quicker, more reliably, and with better confidence. Thank you. And I'd also like to ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you.
On the item.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I hope that what happened at the opening of Finch West serves as a lesson as to the importance of both constructing a line well and competently, but also ensuring that when it's operating, it's done not only in a safe and functional way, but in a way that people actually see it as the better way to take. That's the whole point of investing so many billions of dollars into rapid transit. And I find it absolutely absurd and embarrassing that after $3.7 billion investment into Finch, and then roughly $13 billion with a ballooning budget on Eglinton, businesses impacted, communities impacted, and residents cheated out of transit that they should have had delivered years ago. That then when rapid transit, and the promise of rapid transit is finally opened, that rapid transit is going slower than the bus that it's meant to replace. And people are still too often choosing the shuttle bus as their preferred choice on Finch than the new LRT. The LRT is meant to be rapid transit. And it's only intuitive, and you don't need to be an engineer to understand that when a vehicle needs to slow down and then stop at a station, that's slower than if it's able to speed through an intersection. Right? I think anyone understands that. And this was an issue that I raised back in April. I'm sure others had these conversations too. And the fact that the transit signal priority that was implemented only considered delayed vehicles rather than ensuring that these trains can actually get through the intersections without waiting for a single car to wait for a left-hand turn, again, is absurd. Like it's absolutely embarrassing. And that's why what should have been a big celebration when Finch West opened turned into mockery. There's a guy that just ran. He posted on social media. He ran faster than the new rapid transit. We can't allow that to ever happen again. I think there's a dysfunctional relationship between Metrolinx, the provincial transit agency, and the TTC in the city. I'm concerned that there's been unhealthy demands about even start dates when it wasn't ready to actually go. I want to make sure that when Eglinton opens, we've waited long enough that it is safe, functional, and fast. I want to see this expanded to the rest of the city, to our streetcar network, and I'm really happy that we're moving on this today. But I also want to understand, I want answers. I mean, one of the reasons that I want a public inquiry is to understand not only the mistakes of the past, both construction and this, but I never want to see this repeated again. Like, I never want to see what happened on Eglinton or Finch happen again. I don't want to see some of the same mistakes happen as the Ontario line progresses, Scarborough line progresses, and other surface rail projects are underway. None of this can happen again. And the thing is, all these things are foreseeable. If you put a plan in place to protect businesses and communities, rather than treat them like collateral damage the way that Metrolinx did, you can do better by them. When you actually think ahead and consider what kind of transit signal priority, yes, aggressive, not lame, to actually get these trains moving, it'll happen. And it also raises questions about the P3 contract that Metrolinx chose that ended up seeing themselves sued by their own contractors over and over again, to even how these decisions are made, even in ad hoc meetings like the one on December 5th that I can't get any answers about. This isn't how we should be running a railroad, figuratively or literally. And if we're going to be successful in decreasing congestion and improving the quality of life of residents, we need to be able to see transit being built, expanded, and done well. And we want people to choose the TTC as the better way again. But if they see the delays that we experience in our existing system, if they see the slow speeds, the mockery, the absurdity that they've seen on Finch the last week, they're not going to make that choice. And we're going to continue having this problem. So I'm glad that we are moving on some significant initiatives today to make transit literally the priority. Because if we do that, that's good for car drivers too. And I'll conclude with this. The more people who choose transit, the fewer people are on the road competing with space, and that's good for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very grateful to have the mayor join my campaign for greater transit priority and greater transit speed. It's something I've been pushing very, very hard since I joined the TTC board, and in fact, when I was environmental commissioner as well. Among other things, we know that affordability is a crisis in this city. And there is nothing more important that this council can do to help people reduce their cost of living other than make it better to live well without a car, as more than half the people in my ward do. A car costs the average family $1,400 or more a month. And for that to be possible, we need fast, reliable transit, and not the slowest streetcars in the world, as my colleague has just said. It's also one of the most powerful things we can do to reduce congestion, is to give people good, fast, inexpensive ways of getting around on transit. And again, the new Dufferin bus lane has shown that, and we heard that from the TTC staff just before lunch. University of Toronto research has shown that every dollar we invest in public transit returns more than $7 in benefits for our city. But again, that only works if people can count on the transit showing up on time and moving at a reasonable speed. And it also means that if we spend $3.5 or $13 billion and put entire communities through years and years and years of disruption, when it opens, it's got to be faster than a person running or the bus that it's supposed to replace. And that didn't happen at Finch, and we weren't told about it. Again, all of these things that we're learning now, we weren't told. The TTC board tried over and over and over and over again to get information from Metrolinx, and we were never allowed to have it. And so, I mean, what's happened is bad enough, but to have it as a shock for council, for the TTC board, as well as for the public is outrageous. Completely could have been obvious. So I am here today to say, don't do this on Crosstown. To our provincial overlords, do not open Crosstown until it's faster than the bus. If you don't know how to make it faster than the bus, keep fixing it until it is. We don't want a repetition of the embarrassments we're living through right now on Line 6. And in the meantime, there is so much scope to make our existing streetcars faster. It is an absolute embarrassment. According to the international peer review that the TTC commissioned, that we're 30% slower than the slowest other international streetcar system because of the poor decisions we've made about how to manage intersections and how we expect the streetcars to operate. That needs to change. We can change it. We've shown the way to how to change it. Now we need to do it, and I'm glad to have the mayor's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a good day. I think after seeing the enthusiasm with which Line 6, the Eglinton LRT, was received by members of the public, Finch LRT. Eglinton is part of my ward, so you can see how I made that mistake. The Finch LRT, how it was received by members of the public, the enthusiasm for riding, and I'd like to quote my colleague, Councillor Peruzza, who was saying how much of a better experience it is, even within the time it takes right now, and there's more work to be done. I think that where we are right now is kind of at a turning point, where up until now, there hasn't been the political will to advance transit priority signaling in this really more robust way, because we're making a decision that to actually deal with congestion, to connect people all over the city, particularly in places that are not well served, that allows people to get to work on time, for students to get to class on time, especially people that have part-time work, part-time studies, or multiple jobs. This is really a crucial piece of infrastructure. There is more to do, and now we have the political leadership from the mayor to actually bring this motion today, which is really an important moment. If we hadn't received that kind of public outcry, I don't think that we would be in a place where I expect the majority of councillors will support the mayor on this. It was wonderful to obviously support our chair at TTC for the efforts that he's made to accelerate. We're not studying anymore, we're figuring out how to do. And I think that's an important turning point for this council. We take responsibility for things that have come before us, decisions that have been made. And now we're going to work together and recognizing that this is a tripartite agreement. The City of Toronto has a piece, the TTC has a piece, and Metrolinx has a piece. I'll just go again on record to say that the creation of an arm's length agency to build transit in Ontario, which then has to contract with another company to be able to finance and build and maintain lines, is a complicated reality for the City of Toronto. TTC built the Vaughan extension of Line 1 very well, but a different decision was made, not just by this provincial government, but the one before. We can't actually know many things or be privy to decisions, but I know that TTC and the City of Toronto are showing up with all the spirit of collaboration to get to yes and to solve these problems. And I want to thank the public for speaking out, for transit riders for speaking out, for sending in those petitions, and ultimately to recognize together that transit is actually one of the most important drivers for economic development and health in a region, for climate action, and yes, for social inclusion. Not getting tossed around like a dice in a cup on Finch is going to be a really welcome improvement for people. And for those of us that ride transit every day, we know what a difference it makes. We're way past the debates about what kind of transit to build. We're actually now opening transit lines. And when they show up, let's remember that there's going to be a testing period, and let's talk about it that way, and not raise expectations with the public that we can meet. This is the first step in making sure that we don't do that, and I want to thank the leadership of Mayor Chow and the leadership of Chair Myers for this.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, let me start off by saying this very clearly. Opening a new transit line in this city, a city that has historically really struggled to open transit lines, a city that historically hasn't been building enough transit often enough or to service the vast size and scope of our city, that should be a moment of pride. It should be a moment of celebration for people. It should be a promise that we kept to TTC riders, to our customers. But unfortunately, what we have here with the opening of the Line 6 is a disappointment. I hear that from council colleagues that, I have different views and opinions on different subject matters. You hear it from Councillor Matlow, who described it as an embarrassment. You hear it from Councillor Sachs, who described it as an embarrassment. You hear it from the chair of the TTC, who said we weren't hitting the mark on this. And so I understand this isn't about managing our customers' expectations. This isn't about let's lower the bar so that we can gradually step over it. This has been a decade in the making. This has been nearly $4 billion of taxpayer money and expenditure. Thousands of businesses between Finch and Eglinton have shuttered. People have lost their livelihoods over transit construction and delivery in the city of Toronto. So call me crazy, but I sort of think when we open these things, we ought to be getting it right. We ought to be nailing it. Certainly enough time and money has been spent to be nailing it. And it's been the exact opposite here, because what Torontonians were promised was rapid transit, and what they received with Line 6 was a new LRT that in practice is slower than the buses that it's replacing. The data that was compiled over the past 2 weeks by transit expert Steve Monroe shows that Line 6 has had 69 delays over the first 6 days of operation. 69 delays. And you could say that we're commissioning, you could say we're bedding in the system, but what have you been doing for the past year when you've been running the trains? That's what we've been doing. We've been taking the time to prepare for prime time. And this administration wasn't ready. 20 of those 69 delays were 15 minutes or more. That's not acceptable when you're trying to get your kids to school, drop them off at daycare, or make it to work on time, when being at work on time doesn't count as having a 15-minute buffer on either side. This failure doesn't sit with the frontline officers or the folks who are operating our TTC vehicles. It sits with the political administration that ought to be much more hands-on and involved in the lead-up to this opening of this system over the past 2 years, so that we got it right, so we could have delivered on the promise of rapid transit for people. Feels like City Hall wasn't paying attention. It feels like the administration was asleep at the switch, only tuning in once it was too late, blaming other levels of government, and now taking months to fix this brand new, very expensive system. Because the uncomfortable truth here is Metrolinx has been running these vehicles at 60 kilometers an hour. They've been doing that. They installed transit signal priority at the intersections. But the parameters and the bylaws and the regulations governing how those vehicles move through the intersections, that rests with City Hall. That's City Hall's call. That's City Hall's bylaw and administration and policy. So, once the TTC took over operation of these vehicles 6 days ago, We now have them running at an average speed of 13 kilometers an hour. Transit priority was disabled. That's not a technical issue. That's not a mystery. That is a choice. And that is a choice that reflects the policies and the bylaws that we have in place, that this building set. So, you know, credit to the mayor for bringing it forward now and having some solutions to sort of look at this, but it's going to take months to do that. And months of delay means our TTC customers are standing out in the cold, waiting longer for these new rapid LRT vehicles to get them to where they're going. And I don't think that's good enough. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For decades, the City of Toronto asked the other levels of government to help it build transit because it could not build it on its own. The Finch Station on the Yonge Line opened 50 years ago, and in 50 years, we could not build it one station up to the municipal boundary. And that's why we had been pounding away about the provincial and federal government to be partners in building transit. And now that we've got Crown Corporation at the province building transit, we beat them up at every opportunity. But when you're relying on the other levels of government, you can't have it all. You can't have perfection if you want another level of government to build your transit. And I've got to give them some credit. This line is not perfect, but at least it's built and it's open. And they are now building the Ontario line, the extension of the Bloor Street line, and the Yonge extension. And that is a lot more progress than the city made in the decades past. You know, when you have a transit line of 18 stations, that's only 11 kilometers, you're never going to get up to the speeds that people are talking about today. I've been on it. It was a very exciting opening, and I think it was great news for the people in Toronto and people who are going to use it, Humber College and in York Centre and the rest of Toronto. It is wonderful to open up a new transit line. But when you have 18 stations in 11 kilometers, you're never going to get up to the speeds that people are talking about. Every time you start getting the train going, there's another station. Now, it's been, I don't know, they estimated about 15 years since the Council of the Day adopted a memorandum of agreement between the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, and Metrolinx, and I guess TTC was the signatory, which outlined all of this. And if there were any problems to identify, that was the time. You know, one thing I will say, I will mention in passing, I mentioned the Toronto, we noticed on the trains the Toronto logo was missing, and their response to that was, well, we didn't pay for the trains. Well, I'll tell you, we'll be operating those trains for decades at a loss, and at the very least, our Toronto name and logo should go on it. Where we can fix something, I think, is on left turn signals. If you look at the Seattle LRT, you see that trains have priority when it goes through green lights. In other words, what's happening here is cars making left-hand turns have priority over the train. And of course, that slows it down. We cannot change the distance of this line of 11 kilometers. We cannot reduce the number of stations, and we cannot take Metrolinx out of the equation. But one thing we can do is we can amend and improve realities on the ground to make sure this thing goes faster and more efficient. One final comment, I just happened to bump into an engineer friend of mine who's been seeing all the complaints about the Finch West LRT, and he said, you know, people have to give this thing a chance. When you build major infrastructure projects, they don't always launch in the best way possible. They're not perfect at first. You have to see how things go, and you have to iron out all the problems. And that is why we're here, to look at the problems, to try and solve them, and make sure transit is more efficient and more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, one thing that we're used to up in that part of the world is we're used to a whole lot of negative criticism from a whole lot of people who really don't know a whole lot about the neighborhood, right? We are used to that. We're good with it, right? You know, here's what I did. Here's what was my experience come last Sunday before the Sunday last. when this line opened. We got on these trains, and there was euphoria on the train, right? All of a sudden, you had a whole bunch of local people who had been very used to the 36 bus, a bus that's perpetually congested. Standing room only. Forget about sitting down. Always having somebody in your face, in front of you, behind you, beside you. Often standing at a bus stop, waiting for multiple buses to come by and not pick you up. Now, for those of you who know Finch, this part of Finch, it crosses 400. It's got a rail line. So what does that mean? It means that for you to go east-west anywhere in this area, Finch is the go-to street. You can go to Shepherd, but Shepherd doesn't go through, or Steeles, which is completely at gridlock. So when you get to a couple of places like the 400, you're in your car, traffic doesn't move anymore. So forget the experience of being on the 36 bus. No one on that line, once they fully leave the buses on Finch, is going back to the buses on Finch. They'll punch you out first if you come in and suggest that somehow the buses are the better way to go on Finch Avenue, because they're not. These vehicles are comfortable. They're reliable. The customer experience for the transit users on Finch Avenue, like this line brings them forward light years in terms of where they were. Could we have done a few things better? Sure. I asked earlier today about why the stops are on the other side of the light. And no real good answer was given other than the fact that this is what they do globally or somewhere where they've done this stuff globally. I understand that for buses. For buses, you want the bus to stop on the other side of the light. Why? So you don't block the right turn lane for people in cars and trucks and everything else. They don't queue behind the bus. And then all of a sudden, the bus does its pickup, and it's ready to go, and the light turns red, and it's got to stop again. So I understand why you want to stop the bus there. There's no good reason for me, operationally, why you would stop the LRV vehicles there as well, when you can stop them beforehand and not impede with those left turns that people are wanting to make. And in terms of the operational efficiencies on Finch Avenue, and you know what? We will get the vehicles up to speed. They will get some speeding tickets in the long run, I'm sure of it somewhere, right? We'll do all of those things, and people will ultimately get from Keele and Finch to Humber College in the 33 plus or minus minutes that we were always promised we were going to get, which much, much faster than the buses. But what these things have also done on Finch Avenue is they've really opened up the street for all the other users. We now have a dedicated bicycle lane, off-road. Never had that before. You know, if you wanted to ride your bike on Finch Avenue before, you had to ride it in with the trucks, the Tranker trailers coming from the Keele Finch depot, right? Well, you don't need to do that now. And operationally for cars, we still have 2 lanes of traffic. We have Q left turns lanes, we have Q right turn lanes, and we have eliminated a lot of left turns into strip plazas, which makes the traffic flow much smoother, doesn't congest as much. Whereas in the old days, the buses were always getting clogged up. Always at different points on Finch Avenue, where Finch Avenue was breaking
you're
down.
over time. You're over time.
Sorry?
Thank you.
I just
Yeah.
got a couple of other positive things to say
I
about
know.
our-
Thank you for your positive comment.
Just so all
Thank
that
you.
negative, take it
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to echo much of what we've heard in this discussion, in this debate. We know that congestion and moving through and across the city is a very frequent and important topic of conversation for us at our committee and here in the chamber and out in our communities. And as a council, we have looked and taken on this issue with the seriousness and the challenge that it is. And we've done some significant things to address it. Speeding up construction, charging appropriately for lane closures, making sure that we have a better and more coordinated approach to how we move through the city. And one of the key ways we can actually make a difference, and we know this well, is by making sure that people have better options to get to where they need to go. And our streetcars and our new LRTs move hundreds of thousands of people. We heard the numbers today, 224,000 boardings alone. That's millions and millions of trips that we are talking about. And the first week of the Finch LRT, as has been described, and with a lot of expertise from folks who are on the ground, has been challenging. And while it's not in my ward, we've been tracking it closely because I do know the nature of those issues that are being faced. In our downtown, I've worked very closely with the TTC and Transportation Services to make sure that we are speeding up our streetcars, even in places where we have named them and put parameters around them as priority transit corridors. There is still work to be done. And we have to prioritize that because we need and we must and we want to make TTC the best way to get around our city for all Torontonians who currently use it and for many more who would like to and for those who visit our city. And I'm proud of some of that work that we continue to progress and move forward. And I see this alongside that, increasing more lines to 6-minute or better service, advancing rapid TO lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin, on our Bathurst lanes below Dundas in our ward yesterday just finished their installation. And we know that, as we've heard, the Finch LRT is slow, and some of our streetcar routes are slow. And we also know, and we heard very clearly, that they do not have to be. There are choices that we can make, and we need to work alongside our partners to make sure that they are taking this as seriously as we are. We've installed signal priority at more than 100 new intersections in the past 2.5 years. This is a really important and within reach tool that we have at our disposal. And we have seen everywhere that they have been installed a demonstrable improvement in travel times and the experience of users, everyone who uses the road. And it comes alongside some of the improvements that we're moving forward at this council meeting. We just moved forward the Dundas 6-minute effort that now includes my ward, Ward 10, as well. We are making progress. We have to keep that going through our work together, learn every lesson that we can from the experiences that we have, and make sure that we're making choices that continue to move it forward. And I'm really thankful for Mayor Chow's leadership and the leadership of our TTC chair to see those challenges, see the lessons, and also put forward action that we can take to make it better right away.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Speaker, when the book is written on public transit in the last couple of decades in the city of Toronto, there will be an important chapter on the Finch LRT. In 2002, a group of activists led by TTC, well, what was then called Rocket Riders and is now TTC Riders, and a fellow named Steve Monroe, went to the Transit Commission and said, you should give us a list of the things that move people fastest for the least money. And out of that came two things. One is the ridership growth strategy, the kind of thing that Mayor Chow is doing right now, fare capping, buying more buses, increasing service levels. And the other was something called Transit City. Transit City, as advocated for by Mayor David Miller, proposed a number of light rail lines in the city of Toronto and proposed timelines for them. The Finch LRT line was to open in the year 2013. The TTC had a design for it, all complete. The City of Toronto had a funding agreement with the Province of Ontario for it, all complete. And then certain conservative politicians said, no LRTs, no LRTs, no LRTs. Subways, 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 and by the way, everything should be a public-private partnership. And that is why, instead of opening in 2013 with a TTC design, operated by the TTC, integrated into the system efficiently, and running in traffic with signal priority, has not happened yet, 12 years later. So what are the lessons? Well, first of all, don't build transit by slogans, build it by good, hard work, and making the investments you have to make. A slogan, an ad jingle, none of those things actually make your trip to work any better. Rolling up your sleeves, doing the simple and obvious things, buying more buses, running them more often, and relying on an integrated plan from the Toronto Transportation Department and the TTC is what you do if you want a transit system that works, not slogans. The other lesson, though, and I hope we always remember this, is triple Ps do not work. It is not 3 Ps, it is 6 Ps. Public partner pays, private partner profits. The thing that's infuriating, the things that is infuriating is all the noise, all the complaints that certain more conservative members of this council are making today happen while the private partner is laughing all the way to the bank. So, members of council, keep your eyes open. If the province of Ontario comes to you and says, have I got a deal? I'll take that system away from you and I'll get the private sector to operate it better than you will. Just say no. If someone comes to you with an advertising slogan instead of a transit plan, just say no. And if someone comes to you and says, why don't we blame City of Toronto staff for a mistake made by a bunch of conservative politicians who took authority away from the City of Toronto and gave it to a private partner, just say no.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. I will be supporting the Mayor's recommendations, and I want to thank the Mayor for taking this important step to ensure that we have even a more efficient service on the Finch LRT. I did consult with staff. I was going to, add in a point about consulting with the local councillors. They have given me the assurance that will happen. The local councillors know their community best. We know where the problematic areas are. We know the intersections. We know the cause that we are getting in order to, deal with traffic signaling issues or whatever traffic concerns. So I think that component is very important in ensuring that this report doesn't come back to council without the participation of the local councillor. I also want to urge staff to take into account the impact of aggressive signal priority on congestion, particularly for the north-south bound routes and the development of traffic agents. Very important, a little bit concerned about the traffic agents, putting them in the middle of an intersection in front of an LRT. I'm not sure how that'll work, so quite concerned about that. And so I also want to add that 7 years in the making for a higher order transit. Yet, after these 7 years, it didn't take very long to hear from some of my constituents this line maybe should be renamed instead of LRT, LST, light slow transit. The concern is evident. It's been all over the news. People know about it. It's not where it should be. But we understand this is a soft opening, and I think we've got to do a better job in communicating that to the public. So they understand that things are in the works now that will make this even a faster transit route. So this is not, as it stands, higher order transit that my constituents have been waiting almost a decade for in Etobicoke North. And my residents in Etobicoke North do deserve better. I thank Ward Perks for the history lesson, but yes, we're the only community in Etobicoke North that does not have easy, direct access to a subway. We don't have it, we haven't had it, and what we got is the Finch West LRT. And after a conversation with the CEO, I take comfort in knowing that he recognizes the urgency and he does have some tools in his toolbox to effectively begin addressing this issue. However, he doesn't have all the tools, and this is something else that should be communicated to the public. They think that just because the TTC has been moved over operationally to the City of Toronto, that we have autonomy here. We don't. We need to respect that although the line has been turned over to the TTC, operational adjustments are decided in consultation with Mosaic and Metrolinx. And again, the TTC does not have, and the CEO does not have the full autonomy. He's got to work together with the other two partners. So I look forward to this report coming back sooner than later, in the early part of the first quarter rather than the later part of the first quarter, and look forward to a truly high-order transit up in Etobicoke North. And everyone knows I've also been advocating for, down the road, hopefully not too far down the road, the extension of the LRT down to the new GO station that already got approved and shovels already in the ground. They're starting the work. We need that connection. That will truly connect Etobicoke North residents to all of the GTA, downtown airport, and everywhere that they need to go. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crescendi. Speaker Nanciata.
Yeah, thank you. I would just speak briefly. I do support the motion that we have before us. Of course, the motion that we have before us, as we heard from the mayor and by the chair, is that there were issues when it opened, and the motion that we have today is try to amend and try to fix and make it work smoothly. Of course, when a line opens, and you're absolutely correct, Councillor Crescendi, there's always going to be bumps, right? And I know councillors are frustrated, but I'm frustrated. I should be frustrated. I've been waiting since 1994 for the Eglinton line to open. So I'm the one that's frustrated, like 1994, and the Liberals were in government at that time. But you know, like, it is frustrating, and I'm sure that when we open the Eglinton line, there's going to be bumps too. I hope not, and maybe we should wait until everything has been corrected before we open the line. But what we have before us is a motion to move forward, and rather than blaming everybody else, let's work together and try to correct and try to make it smoother for the riders on Finch. I just wanted to make that comment because we keep blaming each other, but rather than working with each other, we're always blaming each other. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other speaker. Last call. That's it.
Okay, so recorded vote was asked by Councillor Myers. So recorded vote. Okay, we have no amendments. It's just on the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, if you are participating in the meeting online, can you please turn your camera on for voting? Councillor Mantis, if you are participating in the meeting, please turn your camera on while voting. Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay. Okay, so that was our first item. Okay, so our next items, if we agreed to combine all of them, was EX 28.3, EX 28.4, and EX 28.5. And Councillor Holiday, you held down 3 and 4, and then Councillor Bravo, you held down 5. Okay. Maximum indoor temperature, city's heat relief strategy, and progress and priorities for enhancing the Toronto climate. So we're going to be asking questions on all 3 items. Okay? So if we have any questions, could you please put your name on the list? Councillor Holiday, you held down 3 and 4. So I don't see any names on the screen. Okay, here we go. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. So the report talks about some apartments in Toronto not being allowed to have air conditioning. I think it's not permitted. Can somebody explain what that means and how many are there?
Through you, Speaker. Some apartment buildings where they may not allow installation of air conditioning would be governed by the landlord-tenant relationship, and I think that's where that would come through.
Why aren't they allowed to have air conditioning?
So through the Speaker, there may be a variety of reasons as to why a particular building may not allow it. Could be an issue with the structure of the building, window units that may fall, hydro costs.
Hydro costs? No, I mean, I can go to like Best Buy and buy a freestanding floor unit. I can't remember, it was $199 or $299 was the cheapest one I saw last summer. Why, if I'm in one of those apartments, why couldn't I just buy that and plug it in?
Through the Speaker, again, the city is not involved in the landlord and tenant relationship. There may be a variety of reasons of why landlords would not allow them.
Okay, but, so we're now asking the landlords to build a cooling room. Do we have any data on where these things are allowed or not allowed, air conditioners? I'm just trying to get at the problem we're trying to solve, right? Like, some people have access to air conditioning, some people can have access to air conditioning if they go buy one, and some people can't, because they're not allowed. Do we know where it's not allowed? We give a list of that.
Through the Speaker, in the Rent Safe TO program, I think in the neighborhood of about 93% of the buildings would allow it.
Would allow. So how many buildings are there?
About 3,600.
And how many, so 96%, so whatever so that would be 4% would not allow. I don't know what that number is, but it's probably pretty small. A couple hundred buildings?
Through the Speaker, yes.
And do you know where those buildings are? Could you, you don't have to tell me, but could you identify them? You've got the stat, you must know.
Through the Speaker, I don't have that information with me, but I'm sure we could find out.
But you've got it. Okay, good enough. My other question was about bottled water. So there's a long heat relief strategy here. It's pretty complicated. It has to do with facilities and things that we do as a city and information we give out. And then there's this line item for like a $50,000 grant for bottled water. Can someone explain what that's for, and why is that showing up in this report?
So to you, Speaker, last year, Council directed us to issue a $50,000 grant to a group called Project Food Chain to distribute water to a whole range of, it came to about 73 nonprofit organizations that work with individuals experiencing homelessness and vulnerable in the community.
So what did the $50,000 buy? I don't know what a bottle of water is from Walmart. It's at 10 cents, something like that, maybe 15.
Yes, so to you, Speaker, $50,000 procured 140,000 bottles of water and delivered them to 73 organizations across the city. 37 cents per bottle hand delivered.
37 cents, all hand delivered to an individual. So the city distributed 140,000 bottles of water?
Through this grant, Speaker, yes. In addition to that, staff from Parks and Rec and our Streets to Homes team delivered another 25,000 bottles.
So why are we in the business of giving out bottled water, of all things that we could be doing with money?
So to you, Speaker, Council directed us to make this grant last year. We've included that money in our budget for 2026, and it plans to procure a vendor to, again, distribute that water, essential to people during extreme heat to stay hydrated.
So if water is, nothing's for free, but it's essentially free if you go to a water fountain or a tap, could you use $50,000 for something else, perhaps with higher and best use of precious resources?
That was your last question.
So to you, Speaker, our street outreach teams, people working out in the field, have used the distribution of water in a water bottle as a mechanism to engage people, but to make sure that they stay well hydrated during extreme heat.
Thank you. So I don't see any more questions. We're dealing with the 3 items, 3, 4, and 5. Nobody? Okay, we'll go to speakers then. Okay, Mayor Chow.
Yeah, I have a motion. Is the staff ready? If not, there's other speaker. It's been submitted.
Do we
We're not
have
quite
the
ready yet? So
do we have the mayor's motion?
I don't think they do. If you can, if there are other speaker, you know what,
Okay,
I'll come back
Councillor
later.
Holiday wants to speak, so I'll go to Councillor Holiday. Pardon? Oh, you don't have Councillor Holiday's motion either? You're working on it. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to go to another item, or Mayor Chow?
My motion is actually really simple. It just changes one word. But there seems to be no other. Oh, there's other speaker.
Well, hold on. Councillor Bravo put her name up. Okay, Councillor Bravo to speak.
I think Councillor Holiday was first.
Councillor Holiday's motion is not ready.
Okay, so I will do the public service of running down the clock, but I also have something to say, which is I just really want to thank all of the tremendous collaboration across divisions that has occurred to bring us to this place where we have 3 reports that address an emerging threat to life and health, not just in Toronto, but across the globe, which is the threat of climate change and the extreme heat that we're facing in our summers now, costing more lives than exposure to cold. And that's something significant. The massive mobilization of tenants, of environmental groups, and their allies. I want to particularly just say Acorn Toronto and Toronto Environmental Alliance for bringing and consistently working in, across interests. Environmentalists and our tenants, and tenants are environmentalists, and we all share the same weather, the same climate, and the same conditions, and that's something that can unite us in solidarity. I want to lift up how much effort was made from the mayor's office in terms of bringing forward something that would allow us to move faster, and for the public service for being flexible in finding ways that we can get to yes on something that's so crucial. I say this as Vice Chair of the Board of Health, and also with tremendous concern as Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, with emergency services of Toronto Fire and paramedics reporting into that committee, children's services, long-term care homes, the Toronto shelter services and support. So some of the most vulnerable people in our society, those are the interests that we're addressing. And in the absence of expanded and continual leadership from federal and provincial governments, once again, municipal government steps into the breach. It doesn't belong entirely here, but we have something amazing to build on, which is Transform TO. And I was on the outside, not a councillor, when Transform TO was developed, and it remains to me one of the most horizontally integrated, participatory processes that I've ever been a part of as a member of the public and civil society organizations. It had a way of ensuring that when we think about climate, we think about workers, we think about housing, we think about transit, all integrated. There's no one group of people pit against the other. We're all sharing the same city, the same climate, the same conditions, and we build this out through massive amounts of solidarity and conversations. It's an example for how we should be doing everything, and I really want to lift that up. In the letter from the Toronto Environmental Alliance, is just an important kind of next step and thing to build on what Transform TO has done is the neighborhood-based, the local-based the participation from our own residents and our own organizations in Toronto, lifting up, for example, its partnership with Community Resilience to Extreme Weather, CREW, in St. Jamestown on the Neighborhood Heatwave Response Project. And that's a wonderful project that I'd urge you to take a look at. In my own ward, I have a long-term care home, seniors residence. There's a climate action group that is so incredibly active in the seniors movement for climate change, who are concerned about leaving a better world for younger generations, and the intergenerational conversations that they've started with school-aged and adolescents, young people. They're looking for ways to ensure that we're using every single asset in the public to prepare for resilience, but also to prepare for catastrophe. And I think that this is an incredible opportunity to continue to build on this, and also to remember that, you know, the original caretakers and inhabitants of this land are Indigenous people, and I'm happy to see, as the Reconciliation Action Plan work has deepened in the city, we're coming together in a very holistic way to make sure that we are addressing the threats that we face together and doing it in a way that builds our capacity to act together. Thanks.
Thank you. Child to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2025, this year, had been, those of you that may remember, we had, oh, sorry, I need to move my motion first, pardon me, that Council directs the municipal licensing and standard report back to appropriate committee no later than May 2026, with a proposed maximum temperature bylaw for rental units, etc. If there is, if the city staff can't quite get it done in May, perhaps in June. However, the reason why I'm changing it away from July is that I looked at the date of the first heat wave. Some of us will remember it. It was June 21st, and it was incredibly hot. And by the summer of 2025, with 4 weeks to go, it had doubled the average days of over 32 degrees Celsius, according to Environment Canada. That was this year. And who knows what's going to happen next year. We know that extreme heat impact on vulnerable people the most. We have seen horrific examples of it in Europe, and we saw it in British Columbia. We know that, especially for seniors, it could lead to premature death or hospital admittance. So I then looked at what the province of Ontario did. Province of Ontario this province is the only province that have a mandate to all the long-term care's home that it has to have air conditioning. And recently a report came out demonstrating how many lives it has saved. So when extreme heat hit, we know it's dangerous. Last year, actually in this year's budget, 2025 budget, we were able to have a pilot project that then we purchased 500 air conditioning units, and it was incredibly successful. The seniors were very, very grateful for them. But we need more. We need also the apartment owners to take responsibility, which is why I'm asking for a report, a bylaw actually, to mandate apartment buildings to find ways to cool its building. Right now, the report in front of you talk about cooling centers and many other places, a place for seniors to go to, or vulnerable folks to go to, but ultimately we need more. So the bylaw, I'm asking that for it to come back next year. Now, the implementation of this bylaw will probably take a few years, maybe sooner, maybe faster. We'll let the staff do the work. But I think the earlier we can get on with providing cooling devices or spaces for the most vulnerable, the more lives we, or the less oppressive heat people would feel. And it may even save lives. So that's why I've moved the amendments to the original motion that I put in. It was July. I'm moving it forward, given that the last, this year's heat wave was June 22nd. So I'm just slightly worried if we wait till July, it might be late. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, okay. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo much of what my colleague Councillor Bravo had already shared in terms of the incredible work and collaboration that this outcome in front of us represents. We know that our climate is changing dramatically, and we feel it in every single part of our city. And we need to make sure that people have safe indoor spaces to be in all extreme weather events, whether it's in the winter and we have a 100-year storm, or in the summer when we are hit consistently with heat wave after heat wave. Everyone should be able to feel safe in their homes and be safe wherever they call home. And many tenants in our city have been waiting a long time for this bylaw, and I do just want to take a moment to specifically thank them for their advocacy, to continue to show that gratitude and that incredible work over many, many years to bring this to Council's attention, to bring the data to bear, to hear from so many people who have been personally impacted, who have been pushing our Toronto Community Housing, who have been pushing in their tenant organizing, who have been making the connections and the linkages between our climate leadership as a city, and that even the debate that we just had about transit priorities and how we can improve our public transit system as a more sustainable and convenient option is not disconnected from the work that we are putting forward about how we manage and approach responsibly our role in the city as a climate leader, and to make sure that we can all be safe no matter what those climate impacts are that we are feeling, and that we are not just sitting back and letting them happen. I, again, also want to echo the thanks particularly to ACORN, to Toronto Environmental Alliance, and for folks who have been at this work decades in the making. I'm thankful for the efforts, of course, of staff and of our committee to move forward in speeding up this bylaw, to honor that incredible work, and because we know that the impact of this is not just a good to have, it is about saving lives. It's about people's livelihoods in our city. And I'm glad we're addressing this from previous terms and from previous direction as well as the lack of cooling spaces, water distribution, and of course more work has to be done to ensure that those options that are coming alongside are also sustainable in the way that we approach it. I am very grateful for our commitment as a council to our climate leadership as a city, and seeing this step move forward is something that we can be proud of.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. There's two motions. I don't know what order they'll put them up, but the first is to discontinue the $50,000 water bottle grant for distribution. And the second one is a little change that I think is important, and this is a change to the bylaw. So it talks about creating a cooling space if cooling or central cooling is not provided. I've changed that to prohibited. And Speaker, this is a really important topic. When it gets really hot in the city, bad things happen. It is absolutely a challenge to people's health. And it causes us as a city to do things a little bit differently. But the paradox is that we must remain efficient in what we do. We have to be considerate about the energy demands that we place on the system. So if you want to increase the cooling, you're going to draw more electricity. That puts stress on the infrastructure, that causes generation to occur. I think to my environmentally conscious friends, they worried about some of the polishing plants with gas-fired generators. This is when they're operating. So there's this discussion about how people get air conditioning in an apartment building. Some apartments provide it. We know not many. Many, I think 94 or 96% I heard allow residents to put an air conditioner in. They're not free, but they're available. You can buy them from a big box store. They're readily available. And a small percentage don't allow the resident to put in an air conditioner at all. And I think that should be the focus. This idea that the city is pitching that suddenly landlords should find a space, run an air conditioner, whether or not people even go to that room, and they run it for all the summer months, by the way. I can't see that as being efficient. It could literally just be wasting electricity with cooling a room that no one goes to. I think there's a really important item in this report, in one of the recommendations. It's number 8. It's asking the Ontario government to help tenants strengthen their rights to install a window or portable air conditioner. I agree with that. And find out ways to help vulnerable people. But to go and tell landlords just to go build these rooms, and maybe somebody will come and use them and maybe they won't, I don't think is an efficient deployment of resources. The other paradox is we're always talking about how affordable it is in the city to live, or not affordable. Well, where do you think the landlord is going to recoup the cost to go put these rooms in? they're going to find a way to put it on the tenants. And you can claim that they're going to cover off above guideline rent increases or not. Look, the money's the money. The landlord is operating a business. They're going to find a way to take it out of the tenants. So what worse is it than to have them build something that nobody uses, pass on those costs because, you know, the city made them do it, and drive up their rents? So the amendment is very simple. It just asks that in the circumstances where the tenant has no ability to take action, where they're prohibited from putting an air conditioner in, that is the circumstances we need to focus our attention on, and perhaps push those landlords along to provide some facility for extreme days so people can have a little bit of relief. You know, this idea that suddenly the city is going to mandate air conditioning across the entire 416 is preposterous. It's just the costs involved in that, the impact on the city's grid, the electrical grid, the impact to rents is profound. Absolutely profound. To dump something like that on the system and expect that this is not going to cost anybody any money is just a, you know, it's misleading to the public. And we shouldn't do that. We should be realistic about this. The province wants to do that, they'll figure that out. And the last thing, you know, is something I heard about before. When the city got into the business of buying bottles of water and handing it out, you know, I think people see that and say, hey, you know, why is our resources going to that? There's so many other things that need to be done. I just don't think we need to provide that grant. Let those organizations do what they wish to do. We should focus on the things that are before us and the things that are in our control as a city. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Members, I often debate whether or not I should even get up after motions like this are moved. But you can't stand by and ignore the level of cruelty. Imagine saying to somebody, I'm very sorry that your aunt or uncle or parent died in their apartment building. It was inefficient to buy them a bottle of water. That should be enough. I don't know why Councillor Holyday doesn't, I don't know. Nevertheless, he moves these motions. You cannot in good conscience support. And as to his other motion about the changing where it's not prohibited, changing where it's not provided to not prohibited, you're saying to the same person, well, I'm very sorry that your loved one died in a heat wave, but it wasn't prohibited to look after them. It speaks for itself.
Let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, we'll deal with EX 28.3 first. Yes, Councillor Holyday.
So I am going to ask to separate a couple of the votes. If my amendment doesn't pass on the changes to the bylaw, I cannot in good conscience support that. So I would like to have a recorded vote on those items if my motion doesn't pass. And I would also like to vote on clause number 5 regarding the air conditioner assistance program and the reiteration to the government of Ontario, which is number 7, to include cooling as a vital service.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. Okay, we're at 28.3. Here we are. We have the motion by the mayor. On favor? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Motion by Councillor Holyday on 28.3. Recorded.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Thompson, please. Motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 4 to 20.
Okay. Item is amended. Pardon? I can't hear you, Councillor Chang. You made a mistake. Okay, somebody that voted, okay, Mayor Charles Opening on favor carried. Okay, let's do it again. Recorded vote.
Just one moment, members, while we stage the vote. Members, the voting panel is now open. Thank you. Councillor Crescenti, please. Motion to
Okay, hold on.
revote does not carry. The vote is 4 to 21.
Okay, another revote, and please, and Councillor Crescenti, you voted incorrectly as well. Okay, to reopen, who's going to reopen? Councillor Perks on favor carried. Okay, let's do it again. So what we have before us is Councillor Holiday's motion.
The second revote on motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 2 to 23.
I think that was the third, not the second. Okay. Part 1 as amended. Okay, part 1 as the item as amended. Whatever that means, okay. We'll put it up on the screen. I'm glad that the clerk staff is on the ball. Okay, here we are, it's highlighted. On favor? Record, who asked for a recorded vote? Oh, Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote.
Members, this is part 1 of the item as amended. Councillor Burnside and Councillor Bradford, please. Part 1 of the item as amended carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, part 5. Recorded vote. Okay. Okay, here we go. I would assume, I thought we just voted on this. Yeah. I thought we were supposed to do item 3 first. This is item 4. Okay, is this confusion because Councillor Holiday is asking for all these separate votes? Just vote against the whole thing, Councillor Holiday. Okay, part 5, recorded vote. Well, those bells can really be nerve-wracking.
Councillor Myers and Councillor Candeval, please. Part 5 of the item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, now part 7. Oh, gosh. Part 7, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Part 7 of the item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, on the item as amended, on favor? Carried. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. Item EX 28.4. Okay, Councillor Holliday has a motion on this one. It's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Crescenti, please. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 3 to 22.
On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, let's go to 5 now. Okay, on 28.5, on favor, carried. All right. Bradford, right? Councillor Bradford, your item is next. DM 35.1, deferred item for 847, 855 Kingston Road. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm going to need to go in camera on this. I am going to need to have more questions answered from staff before we even get started. So,
Well, then we'll hold it down to
thanks.
the end then.
Oh,
okay.
Like, I can't do it right now. I have to speak with legal.
Okay, then if we're going in camera, we'll go later. We're not
Sure.
going to do it now.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah.
Okay, speak to staff. Councillor Fletcher, your item is next, DM 35.2.
I was hoping to, is there a speaker?
No, do we have any questions? This is reimbursing certain reasonable legal expenses of shelter operations. Any questions? Councillor Holliday, you have a question. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Is there any precedent for covering legal costs of consultants?
I can take that question, Madam Speaker. Not that I'm aware of, and I've been here for a really long time.
So, can anyone explain to me about what's behind this? I realize it's not come from staff, but are there circumstances that have brought this here? Why would we be covering the costs of consultants?
Madam Speaker, that is more of a question for the mover than for staff.
Do I understand that this particular initiative covers costs, legal costs for consultants, but would it also cover the costs if the consultants were found by the courts to be at fault? Is that how I read that as well? Or ruled in the negative, I guess, to be generic? How about it contains the words nuisance actions? Has nuisance been defined, or has someone established that? Does anyone know?
A nuisance is a term in law, but it would not apply to this situation. It's a different sort of matter if you're using the term in a legal sense.
Okay, so nuisance is not the legal nuisance, that is the editorial.
I presume the mover intended it in the way one would normally use it in conversation, but I can't speak to that. It's really not a legal issue.
Okay. Can anyone tell me, maybe it's a procurement question, if we hire consultants, do we require them to have insurance? And Do
Certainly.
we pay them for situations that could occur like this? It happens?
Certainly, any contracts that my staff work on would include a requirement that the consultant have their own insurance.
So that insurance would cover their legal costs in the event they get pulled into a legal fight, right?
That would be the intention, but perhaps the CFO would like to augment my response. The Insurance and Risk Management Unit reports to him.
To the Speaker, there is a requirement that you have general liability insurance. Beyond that, the requirement is that knowing your operations, you carry appropriate insurance sufficient for your operations.
Okay. And so if this creates a precedent that we're now effectively insuring our own consultants, I mean, how much risk exposure is that to the city? We do millions of dollars in consulting business, do we not?
To the Speaker, yes, we do quite a bit of work with consultants, and there is a risk that this sets precedent. I couldn't speak to the total quantum of that risk.
Could anyone explain to me what these legal proceedings are? It seems to infer that this is around a case. Could someone elaborate on that? Do we know?
In very general terms, there's a lawsuit been commenced against the city, the consultant, and councillor, and it is about the choice of a location of a shelter, and there are some allegations about the public consultation process.
Okay, and so can we name names? I mean, it must be public. Who are the consultants that are involved in this case? If it's in a legal document before the courts, is that not public? I just need to know the facts. Public watching probably would like to know the facts.
It is a
I
public
think that
document.
would not be made public, right?
It is a public document. The consultant was retained by TSSS to assist with public consultation on this matter.
Can we name the consulting firm? Is it the firm that's sued or is it the person? How does that work? I'm assuming the person's in business. Or is it multiple? Do we know? Nobody seems to know.
Madam Speaker, I do know, but I would have to take a quick look at the statement of claim to see how they're named, whether it's through a business or whether it's the individual's name.
Okay, well, what's the claim?
Again, my staff are defending the city and the.
What's the claim towards the city then? What is alleged that the city did wrong?
That was your last question. I don't know. Okay.
My recollection, and again, I've asked for the statement of claim to be sent to me. I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection is that the allegation is that the city did not adequately listen to the public in choosing the shelter location. I will have a quick look, though, to confirm that. I apologize, I don't have it in front of me.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. So the city has a policy of locating a shelter where the city needs to locate a shelter. Is that the case? Yes or no?
Speaker, yes.
Yes. And that's a decision from staff that that's a good location, and then you have a consultant that speaks to the public about the location, correct?
To the Speaker, yes, we confirm that the zoning is appropriate through our
Yes,
colleagues in the
that's
city,
correct.
and then we proceed with an engagement strategy
Great.
and a community consultant.
Thank you. One might not think that when one is taking a contract to talk to the public that you would need insurance about where the shelter is located. Would I be right to say that? Since the city is locating the shelter, not the consultant, correct?
To you, Speaker, the city is taking the act of citing the
So
shelter.
the
yes.
councillor does not make that decision. The consultant does not make that decision. You made that decision. That is your prerogative in the shelter siting bylaw, correct?
To you, Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you. So I think there's a number of places in the province where these groups have decided in order that hate shelters and hate the homeless, let's be really clear, they have decided to take everybody to court, including in Peterborough and other places in London. Is that your understanding, or you don't know anything about that?
To you, Speaker, we've seen more cases like this in recent times. That's what I can speak to.
And might be some other ones for other shelters in the city, correct?
To you, Speaker, that's correct.
And the opposition to this shelter, because we are talking about one of them, includes all kinds of people, including I'm going to ask City Legal, if it includes the BIA, what are the steps the city can take for a BIA that's in full flight opposing a city shelter? I'd like to understand that. Not from you, Mr. Tanner. I'd like to understand that from the city manager or from City Legal, and I'd like you to hold my time, please, Speaker, because they're conferring. Thank you. Hold my time, please.
BIAs cannot sue the city. BIAs are an agent.
I'm not asking if they sue the city.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking if they're part of the big opposition group against a shelter, then what steps does the city take regarding a BIA that's leading a fight against a city shelter? Are there steps that are
Without being
taken?
specific to the situation, what I will say is a BIA is an agent of the city. As an agent, all their actions must be in the interests of the principal, being the city, so they are not legally permitted to take
So
legal
if there's
action
BIA members involved somehow in this group that's suing everybody, that would be a problem. Is that correct? Yes?
I
you've
can't
said
speak
yes.
to the ability of individual businesses to act.
I'm talking
but
about the
itself,
BIA, correct?
The BIA itself.
Would one expect
Cannot.
a member of parliament to be part of a big anti-shelter group or a provincial member of parliament to be part of that?
I don't see that as a legal question.
Pardon? You don't
I don't see that as a legal question.
Oh, it's not a legal question. All right, thank you. So this is a new, a precedent might be set here. I'm sorry, a precedent might be set here that would be in the future, other kinds of insurance are required. It's not standard for an insurer to give somebody against somebody taking you to court because the city is citing a shelter. That would not be a standard insurance claim or a standard part of your liability insurance. Who'd like to answer that?
Generally speaking, consultants who have a contract with the city are required to have insurance for matters flowing from the work that they do for the city.
understand.
So if this matter flows directly from the work they do for the city,
No, the work they do from the city has nothing to do with where the shelter is sited, correct? Nothing to do with the city's decision
Again, that's
to
not a
cite the
legal
shelter.
question. I'm
Pardon?
not familiar with the work.
Who would like to answer that?
That would be a question for
This
Schultz.
has nothing to do with the city deciding where to put that shelter. This is after the city has decided. Is that correct?
You, Speaker, that's correct.
So any other contracts after the city has decided to do something, any consultant, anybody working for the city, I think the liability requirements need to be a little clearer from day one, from out here on. Thank you. I'll speak to this.
Okay, speakers, put your name on the screen. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Councillor Fletcher took herself off the list, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she'll be inspired to speak. Speaker, there's a lot of, look, I think I've heard a little bit about this. There's an important public policy question in front of us, and the motion seems to cherry pick a particular circumstance. But the question before council is whether or not we go now and look after the costs of our consultants as a result of their work. And I think that has very broad implications. I understand the sensitivity of this case. It's certainly strange to read about, but I guess there's been a legal action launched, and now suddenly the proposal is to start paying out with respect to that. I think we should just let the process work itself out, and the courts will figure this out. Instead, there's this idea that we would pay out, I think it's $50,000. And that doesn't say whether or not the court could actually find an issue in this case. But I think we're still paying out that $50,000. So I don't know why this is here. I just regrettably think that this sets up a precedent that we can't live up to and shouldn't live up to as a city. I think we should leave it alone.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Speaker, I struggled with this one. The city very properly says to anyone doing consulting work for us, that you have to carry insurance and that, you know, we're not going to make you whole for mistakes you make in your work. That's between you and your insurer. And that's good and thorough and important public policy. There is a piece of context here, though, that gives me pause. This is an orchestrated campaign. This is an orchestrated campaign, not just right across Toronto, but right across Ontario, to silence and punish people who are doing work to help the most vulnerable in our society find a place to sleep at night. I used to work in the environmental movement, and I saw a great many environmental activists, even some entire organizations, silenced by what's called SLAP suits, strategic lawsuits against public participation. So, you know, looking at the motion that's in front of us, I had to read it very carefully. There are guardrails here. It says that the city will only reimburse when there is proof that they carried an appropriate insurance policy, that the evidence, they provide us with evidence that they made all reasonable efforts to get their insurance underwriter to cover it, that the allegations in the legal proceedings refer only to work performed for the city, that the consultant provide us with itemized invoices, and that the CFO, in consultation with the city solicitor, determined that based on the itemized invoices or other billing documents, the consultant's expenses are reasonable given market rates for legal services. This is, for me, a one-time thing in this one circumstance where there is an organized and well-funded campaign to silence people who are doing work to help to assist municipalities in getting people into shelter. On that basis, and only on that basis, will I support this motion. I in no way endorse the idea generally of the city indemnifying consultants, and that's why it's important to me that those caveats are listed here. I cannot remember a time when there was an organized and frankly hateful campaign against the most vulnerable, organized specifically to go after people who don't have the deep pockets of municipalities in an effort to, frankly, score political points through hate. So on that basis and that basis alone, I'll support this today, but I do not support generally the policy of the city indemnifying consultants.
Councillor Bravo.
I just want to add my voice to Councillor Perk's excellent articulation of the choice that's before us. This is not necessarily the indemnification of an individual. It's the indemnification of the activity of carrying out the community convening and engagement that goes along with executing a priority of this council, which is to bring people indoors at a time when the vilification and misinformation spread both about who will be sheltered and what those shelters will look like as at a fever pitch, and political careers are being made. This is this kind of lawsuit is intended to silence, derail, and intimidate, and for that reason I will be supporting the motion. It is not an open-ended offer of support, but it is very specifically described and prescribed. And I think that we have to consider when we entrust people to do work on behalf of the city for public and social purpose, we have to adapt in the times that we're living in today, in which at this very moment somebody might be making a video on the street or in a community to entrap, capture, and ensure that people are in their crosshairs using a lawsuit, which is a truly sad state of affairs. And we have an opportunity in this one instance to make sure that we can continue to carry out our work.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher? Well, there's no other speakers. Pardon? Oh, okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Sorry, Matlow, Councillor Matlow, your vote, please. Sorry, that was affirmative. Okay, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 18-3.
Our next item is EX 28.2. Oh, we timed that one. Okay, EX 28.6, Councillor Candeval, status update on the wider waterfront program. Councillor Candeval, do you have questions to staff?
No question.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions to staff? EX 28.6? No? Okay, Councillor Candeval, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to put an amendment on the floor that I worked with staff to include references to a council-adopted position on the Scarborough Bluffers Park action plan that we passed in June of this year. And this amendment is to ensure that it's being included as part of the update in the third quarter of 2027. So the amendment is on the screen.
The amendment's on the screen. Okay.
Sorry, just a few comments on it. I want to thank staff. This is an opportunity to consolidate many portions of our wider waterfront projects that are happening simultaneously and to ensure there's coordination to bring a holistic approach. And this is something where we should be looking forward to, creating investment, finding other governmental partners to support this work. We're very lucky to have such a beautiful waterfront. Much of it, certainly in Scarborough, is public, and ensuring that we cherish that. We will be celebrating 50 years of Bluffers Park next year, and as part of that, we want to ensure there is not just timely upkeep, but investment for future generations, something we haven't seen in the past. So looking forward to the work that's ongoing, particularly along the action plan for Bluffers Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Candeval, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. EX 28.16, amending the lobbying bylaw. Oh, yes, sorry, I missed that one. EX 28.14, Councillor Bradford. Reserve funds, you held the item down. Councillor Bradford?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, what does that mean, yeah?
Okay,
Okay, what?
I have a motion on this.
Okay.
I don't know if you want, I don't have any questions, I'm just gonna speak.
No, okay. So do you have any questions first?
No.
Does anybody have any questions on this item? Pardon?
I don't know if other people have questions on that.
Sorry, Francis, question is.
It's okay.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, can you please put your name on the screen so you can read your motion?
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Bradford to speak and move your motion.
All right, did you get me on the list, or? Okay, all right, sorry, I can't see. Yeah, this is just a motion on the item here. I am moving to keep the reserve dedicated to the Kew Gardens playground, exactly where it is right now, not move them into the budget balance and bridging the reserve fund. It's, you know, for residents in the beaches, this is not an abstract accounting exercise. You know, so that's the motion.
Okay. Counts, are there any questions? Okay, the amendment by Councillor Bradford was on the screen. Do we have any further speakers? No? Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Bradford, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. EX 28.16, Councillor Holliday. Do you have any questions? Okay.
I do have some questions.
If you could please put your name on the screen.
Certainly, and just to advise, a motion has gone into the clerk. It's rather short.
Okay, hold on. Do you have questions?
I do.
Okay, let's go to questions first.
So my first question is to the city manager, and I'll ask the clerk to augment, if appropriate, the report before us, prepared by the lobbyist registrar, contemplates a operationalization of the policy. And what I'm getting at is that the report tells us that there are people that are involved in advisory bodies and roundtables that may be commissioned by staff. I use the word commission, but invited by staff to participate. There is the idea that there would still be some public reporting mechanism on this for transparency. Can you or the clerk tell me how that is going to happen? Because I think that that is integral to this.
So Speaker, at this point I can say we are going to do that. We feel it's an important piece to close the loop off on this, to have some transparent piece, but the reality is until this passes, the clerk and the city clerk and I have not spoken about how to do that. So that's going to be coming forward after this is passed, but the whole purpose of this and why the lobbyist registrar brought this forward is there could be some sense that this is a gray area. We want to take that away by saying clearly this is the way it's going to work, but have some transparency so people understand where the minutes and the work that happens in these groups when they are struck is listed somewhere.
So I want to zoom in on this. I've heard of examples of people that were in business, perhaps did business or consulted to the city, who then found themselves on an advisory group who also may be perceived as politically active. Now, I'm not saying any of that as a criticism. That is the reality of life in our city, and there's people that are involved in things, but would there not be value in knowing who those individuals are and those contexts? And is there a way to ensure that that detail is articulated? I don't mean the person's CV or their history, but who this person is and what their involvement is on the project as advisors.
So that might be better placed with the lobbyist registrar, who I think might be online. I know is not here in person, but I wonder if the clerks know whether Mr. Littlejohn is online.
And to be fair, Madam Speaker, I didn't anticipate the question would go to the lobbyist registrar, but I would like to try to get that resolved. Maybe the last question in the interim, if we're able to connect, is there some commitment that there will be a publicly accessible set of information? And I'm not saying to replicate the lobbyist registrar database, but somehow, somewhere, the public will be able to see this information.
So that is the purpose, yes, is the answer to that. It will not resemble with the same rigor and all the rest and work of the lobbyist registrar. It's not to have a duplicate of that, but it is there to say, here are the folks that are involved in these things. They're not used all that often, to be honest with you, right. But it was that gray area when sometimes we desire to get some input, and it is input to that. It's not the advisory committee roles, like the more formal things around council. That's a different piece.
Yep.
This is really to give staff advice, but our goal is to have somewhere that's transparently stored so that people can see what is happening with those groups and how it's informing what ultimately would come forward to council.
Okay. And we'll forego to the question to the lobbyist registrar in the interest of time, but Mr. City Manager, would you be able to help encourage this information, maybe even simply to be placed in the report to council on a particular public policy item? You know, we can trace the origin. We can see who the advisory body was that was part of the group that helped create the policy. Yeah, and, you know, that's a transparency mechanism in itself.
Speaker, I think having not done the work with the clerk and I will sit down, but those are exactly the types of things I think are there, so we can trace it back. What I don't want to have is people say, oh, well, you should have gone to this, and every time you have to go there. We'll be very clear about it, but there will also be a repository if somebody just wants to see what's happening with these groups, not on a specific item. That'll exist, but the other piece is, I think it's wise counsel for us to say, if there was an advisory group around this, here's what it was, and here's who was part of it. Akin, quite frankly, to the report you saw today about who's on our hiring panel, for instance, when folks are involved with hiring folks that you approve in terms of their hiring, like our chief building official, we do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other Councillor Holiday to speak.
Yeah, thank you to the clerk for getting that motion together. My motion is really simple. It's to ask the city manager to try to ensure this information is contained in a report to council or committee. Yes, the clerks will get it up on the screen in a moment. So I'll make the point I'm trying to make. The lobbyist registrar raised an important issue. Sometimes people get invited by the public service to provide advice on a public policy matter. Sometimes, though, the people that are providing advice are industry people, and they may or may not have done business with the city in the past. They may or may not be doing business with the city now, but and if I could just ask the clerks to make sure that motion gets up on the screen, they're doing that in a different context. They're providing advice effectively as a public service. Additionally, some of those individuals do pop up in a political sense. And what I'm just trying to do is encourage transparency. So the lobbyist registrar's suggestion is some way that there's going to be this made available to the public. My suggestion is that the city manager, if he is able to, and there's a big public policy piece that's coming to council, just tell us who the advisory body was and explain who the members are. And that covers off the transparency, and we as councillors can see the linkage to the individuals that provided the advice. And I think it covers this off in a very neat way. We don't have to go search a website or a database. It's there before us. The contributors to this public policy are the following. And we know by definition of our changes to the lobbying bylaw, these were not industry people attempting to influence their industry interest. They just wanted to provide advice to the city because they were invited to do so. So I'm hoping that this is a neat and tidy way to do this and maintain transparency, because that's really all that I'm after on this. And I think that's all that the public is looking for, is is to understand the insights to our process. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions to the Councillor Perks?
Yep.
Just a second. Perks, here we go.
Thank you. And Councillor Holiday, I just want to make sure that we get something on the record. In the haste to write this, I think it's a little broad. So just for the record, you mean that details on roundtables and advisory groups providing advice on the item?
Oh, on the, of course, not every report, on a specific item. Yeah,
there we go. Now it's on the record.
There would not be utility otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questioners to the mover? If not, I believe that's the last speaker.
You've left our microphones on, Mayor Chow.
So, why don't we, the first motion, Councillor Holiday's motion? We're ready to vote on Councillor Holiday's motions. All those in favor? Opposed, carry on the main motion. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Next item. What is the next one? EC 25.1. 4050 Chestwood. Any question to the staff? This is the North York Harvest Food Bank. Councillor Pasternak, are you here? Councillor Pasternak is not here. We will take the next item. Councillor Fletcher, are you here? Item is next. Seeing not, what is the next one? Councillor Shen. Councillor Pasternak is back. Okay. On the Chestwood Drive, 4050, Councillor Pasternak, do you have a question to staff? You just want to speak? Go ahead. Just hang on a second. There you go.
So thank you, Madam Mayor and Speaker. I just wanted to just share a few words. We had a wonderful tour of the site at 4050 Chestwood. It's in York Center. And the North York Harvest Food Bank is an institution that is doing great work across North York and across the city. This is a very ambitious plan to take an old warehouse that is being used, I think, currently for distribution for a clothing manufacturer, and take it into a major kind of processing and facility for feeding the poor and making sure the food bank has the resources it needs to meet the needs. We all know that the use of food banks is going up exponentially across the country and across our city, and the North York Harvest Food Bank is doing remarkable work in the area and across the city to help those in need. This facility will be transformational. It will provide North York Harvest Food Bank with the infrastructure and space it needs to meet a growing demand for food banks. And I think that this motion in front of us, where we're declaring it a municipal capital facility, which gives it some tax relief and some support, will ensure that it thrives and that it's able to meet the most needy people in our city. Of course, I will be supporting this, and I urge everybody to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. The motion in front of you, everyone here, asking for a recorded vote. EC 25.1 on 4050.
Tax holiday.
Chestwood Drive.
It's a tax holiday for holiday.
sorry, we have to restart the vote because the clerk didn't do something, whatever it might be. We'll do it again. The clerk is almost ready. Here we go. Nope, maybe not. I didn't think this item was that complicated. Say that again. This is 4050 Chestwood Drive, EC 25.1. One more time.
Okay. The item carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Next item, Madame Clerk. Next item is Councillor Fletcher is still not here. Councillor Fletcher held a whole bunch of items. Councillor Shan, your item is up. You have questions to the staff?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
Speaker, I can speak
Speaking
on
to it? Just 1 second. Councillor Canethel has a question to staff. Okay?
1 second.
Councillor Canethel, you have 5 minutes. We're ready for you. Folks, can we please get ready for your items? I am not the most patient chair, you can tell. If you are not quite ready, I'm going to move on. Councillor Caneva, are you ready?
Yes, give me 1 second, sorry. Didn't realize the item was coming up.
Which staff are you asking question to?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to staff. A few questions in line with the timelines that are being proposed, particularly around the table. When can we see the initiation, the creation of the table, and how would that be publicly shared?
So through the chair, we'll be setting up the youth employment table for Q1 of 2026. We're already in conversations with United Way, who we've asked to co-chair the table. We anticipate the first meeting to be February. And as for reporting out, through the chair, we'll be reporting out as part of the motions adopted at ECDC to report out in May of 2026.
And in relation to the table, when would the members of the table be known and shared?
Sorry, through the chair, I didn't hear the end of the question.
The membership of the table, when will that be known and shared?
So through the chair, we'll be developing the membership list. Actively, we've already been engaging with key stakeholders like United Way and others. And we anticipate we should have a list of members in early January, and happy to share that information with you, Councillor.
Okay. Are there other potential stakeholders or members that you could share? You mentioned United Way, TNG. Would there be others that's on the radar?
So through the chair, we'll be also reaching out with to key champions in the city, including the Toronto Board of Trade and other groups such as that, as well as the Toronto Foundation, just to name a few organizations that we would be considering as part of this table.
Great, thank you. And would the terms of reference for the working table be ready prior to the first meeting of the table?
So through the chair, best practice when convening a table is to include a terms of reference. So our aim is to include a terms of reference so the membership know what the purpose of the table is and are able to provide feedback and input in the terms of reference.
And given that the initial spirit of this work, which started back in December of 2024, was highlighting the need of creating up to 10,000 jobs, at this point, given we're 6 months away from high school students graduating into the summer, what is the sense of what would be achieved in timing for the summer of 2026?
So through the chair, we identified in the staff report a potential opportunity of employment through the upcoming municipal election of up to 1,000 different roles. In addition, as part of the staff report, we have identified opportunities for the expansion of building skills through recreation of 1,000 net new roles. So we're already walking in to the conversation with our table partners with at least 2,000 identified opportunities, and we hope to be able to leverage our public and private partnership to be able to reach that ambitious target of 10,000.
Okay. Coming back to the charter and the working table, is it the intention that the charter is going to influence and direct the work of the table?
So through the chair, the purpose of the charter is separate from the table. The charter is attempting to try and consolidate best practices in hiring youth and supporting youth. So the charter complements the table through the chair.
Okay, understood. And with the charter, and pardon if this has already been shared, will that be shared ahead in advance of the first meeting of the table?
So through the chair, the charter would need to be developed through the table. So we will not be shared ahead of time. We'll be working with the key stakeholders to help inform the charter.
Fair enough. And when is there a sense of timeline on when the charter would be established?
So through the chair, through the speaker, we're hoping to have the charter in place by May of when we report back to economic development and culture.
Is that timeline as effective as we would hope it to be if we're looking for employment, youth employment to be advanced in July, August? Does the May timetable, is that too late? That's my fear.
So through the chair, if the question is around the charter is really around best practices and opportunities for employers to consider. That can only be developed with employers and other sectors, so we cannot develop that without meaningful conversation.
Right.
Staff will attempt to do this much faster, but I can't commit to doing it faster than without being able to engage with key stakeholders for further conversation.
Yeah, no, my concern is that if May is the goal, the practices may not be efficiently employed in time for July, August. Lastly, we've spoken about the need for employment targets through this year-long process at ECDEF. Is there any assurance to achieving or meeting some level of targets within this?
So through the speaker, any development of targets would have to be co-designed with our public and private sector partners around the table, and that is something that we will endeavor to to have those conversations with them. It's really important as we build out this work that we bring people along. I think setting targets before we meet, before we bring people to the table, was not conducive to building the coalition and making sure that we're successful in our attempts to ensure that youth are engaged, youth have opportunities, and youth are able to succeed in 2026.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the chair, did you know that 18% of young people in our city have seriously contemplated suicide in the past year in a public health report?
Through the chair, I was not aware of that striking data point.
Yeah, do you think that the ability for young people to thrive is related to their mental health?
Through the chair, there are a variety of factors that are important for young people to thrive, and one is around belonging, one is around a sense of community, but certainly one is around their mental health.
Mm-hmm. And what are the key barriers that youth are facing right now? We're seeing a trend of increased youth unemployment. What are those barriers that we've identified in our city?
So through the chair, the staff report identified that some of the changes that are underway in the labor market involve, one, a lack of a lot of entry-level roles currently being available. We're seeing this decline across all sectors. Two, we're seeing the impacts of the broader tariff war that's underway, or the tariff challenges, resulting in less youth opportunities. And the third one is we're seeing short-term contract work that don't necessarily lead to permanent opportunities for youth. Separate from that, we heard from the Toronto Youth Cabinet, which did an excellent report and review on this. The youth themselves are identifying some key structural barriers, including lack of supports in terms of resume writing, lack of opportunities in terms of getting their foot in the door, some discriminatory practices experienced by racialized and diverse youth, as well as lack of ability to be able to move around the city and transport timely to opportunities across our city.
In terms of the barriers that you just shared of what's happening in the market, how do those relate to the youth employment provided by the city? Do we also have a shift in the availability of entry-level positions? Do we also have fewer jobs that can use the skill sets that youth have?
So through the chair, we're working with our People and Equity Division to explore what our current youth onboard programs are. The staff report identifies 16,000 different opportunities across our different agencies, boards, and commissions. There are short-term contract opportunities that exist in boards such as the CNE, but there's also opportunities that exist through the Toronto Zoo and Parks and Recreation that oftentimes lead into permanent roles. So as part of this initial report, we have our first shot, or snapshot of what the pathways are, and I think phase 2 will be to try to dig in and understand that information more fully.
And have we had any preliminary conversations with the provincial government? Because we do have here some asks, and if we really want to strengthen our ability to provide these jobs, we really need that support. Have there been some conversations? Do we know if this is something that the provincial government is warm to investing in?
So through the chair, that is a piece of work that we will endeavor in 2026 as part of our work with our intergovernmental colleagues to engage our provincial colleagues as well as our federal colleagues to seek opportunities to enhance youth employment. The provincial government has outlined a new skills development program, and the federal government has enhanced the number of Canada's summer jobs to 100,000, up from 77,000, and has also increased a skills build-in fund. So there is an interest in other levels of government. I think we will pursue further conversations in 2026 on how to strengthen opportunities for Toronto youth.
Can the City of Toronto engage with the Canada Summer Jobs Program? Are we allowed to hire through that?
Through the chair, yes, we can apply and we have applied, but it's primarily an opportunity that's oftentimes taken up by not-for-profits, smaller for businesses, as well as churches, mosques, and synagogues.
And my final question is about next year's elections and FIFA jobs. We know that those two events, if you will create lots of job opportunities. Will there be carve-outs that are dedicated to hiring youth with a pathway of skill building towards something that potentially could be more sustainable for them?
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, as part of next year's municipal election, in the past, city clerks in the city of Toronto has hired up to 1,182 students to be participants and to help support the municipal election, and we anticipate a similar number. As part of your question around the FIFA operations, we are, as the city, working towards a community benefits employers champion table to identify pathways and opportunities for youth to participate in the FIFA World Cup next year.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Some of my questions have been asked, and thank you for the excellent answers to Executive Director of Social Development. In terms of what the City of Toronto is currently done, is this the first ever inventory of youth job opportunities that has been created, in which you've identified 16,000 opportunities?
Through the chair, that is correct. This is the first time we've done an extensive inventory of not just the City of Toronto proper, but also our agencies, boards, and commissions to identify what current opportunities there are for youth, what the duration of those opportunities are, and to be able to take a snapshot to be able to allow us to build on that in 2026.
And I think in the social development, like in many other divisions, what gets measured is actually what gets actioned. So this is a pretty important foundation. And in terms of being able to match the relative need of neighborhood or family composition, because in some cases, these are not just jobs for youth to have spending money or even to fund their education, but to provide income to the family. Do we have a pretty good match with our social, the profiles that social development has of neighborhood level, of ward level? Is that correct?
So through the chair, we have general information in terms of the youth employment and the benefits at the local level. As part of the work that we'll be doing as part of this table is to dig a little deeper and to see what those impacts are.
And then we can apply an equity forward approach to ensure opportunities. The announcement that was made by the mayor for 2,000, or doubling of from 1,000 to 2,000 of opportunities for becoming job ready through recreation programs. What does that allow, and why is that significant?
Speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. The 2,000 spaces in building skills through recreation directly impacts individuals and youth who live in neighborhood improvement areas and those communities that may sometimes be left behind. The intent there is to ensure that those youth have opportunities like any other youth across the city to access building skills, essentially, through recreation, all of those job readiness opportunities that all the other young people have, so that they have direct pathways to employment here in Parks and Recreation and with other divisions and employers.
And that's important for learning how to interview, having networks, and being able to demonstrate something in your CV or your resume. That's great. In terms of where we are as a city compared to other municipalities in Canada with respect to taking action on the horrible youth jobs crisis, hasn't happened in decades, that young people are facing these conditions, expensive housing, high unemployment rate, and some of the other challenges that they face in the environment. How do we compare?
So the City of Toronto, through the Speaker, the City of Toronto is the largest youth employer of any municipality in the city in the country per capita.
And some of the examples that have been cited from other municipalities in the U.S. is the total number. Am I correct in believing that the total number that's promoted as a success does include robust participation from the private sector?
That is correct. So through the chair, through the Speaker, the example oftentimes cited is the City of Boston. City of Boston's program, up to $13 million is funded by the private sector to help support hiring. And any opportunities that we wish to seek in 2026, we will need to engage the private sector as well.
You've already identified that there will be a table that's convened. Is it fair to characterize that maybe those invited to the table could act as champions for a strategy that includes the private sector, the public sector, educational institutions, and the public sector being not just the City of Toronto. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Any successful model would need to create a mobilization of different partners who have the capacity and the interest to support us in ensuring that all youth are given opportunities they deserve.
So whereas we didn't have the infrastructure, we didn't have the data, we didn't have the infrastructure, we didn't have the convening capacity to lift this up as a major social and economic issue, now we're set. And so there's a lot more work to do, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations on this excellent piece of work.
Okay. Do we have any speakers on this, Councillor Shan? Can you? Councillor Shan.
I'm still on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, if I can ask staff to put that up for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is great to see all the youth jobs put together into an inventory to give us a sense and a scope of the youth employment that takes place through City of Toronto. In fact, majority of the jobs that we get for young people is through Parks and Recreation. As you can see, 10,000 jobs through Parks and Recreation. And then we have 4,000 jobs through CNE. I do think that sometimes some of the job numbers there that are lower in number can also be very impactful in their experience and trajectory for a career building. So sometimes those numbers matter, and sometimes the kind of quality of experience that we are able to provide young people through some of the work that we are doing with economic development, social development function, research policy function, that we have a number of positions that we've created, including the fellowship program, which I'm very aware of, are career building, trajectory building jobs. So my motion is fairly simple, because a lot of the time when we talk about these jobs, we talk about these jobs as benefiting young people from disadvantaged or marginalized or multi-barriered or systemically oppressed communities and so on. But we need to be able to, after having done this for a number of years, we need to be able to track that and show where we are doing well and where we may not be doing well, because those terms could mean multiple things, and those terms could mean geographic differences, those terms could mean gender and other equity deserving community differences. So what I'm asking is that I know the city's people and equity diversity data collection process already has started and is moving forward data collection of who we employ. So I'm just asking age to be added in there. So we actually would have disaggregated data in years to come to look at what youth employment means with respect to all of these jobs. One of my interests is not just entering the labor force at City Hall or City of Toronto, it's about the growth as well. So I'm hoping that this particular data collection will also help us to see the retention, the promotion, the success that we have in making sure that many of these young people who come through these entry points, particularly Parks and Rec with 10,000 young people there, want to see what that means in terms of them having access to other jobs at different levels. So this is basically enhancing the data collection so that we can actually have a much more deeper understanding of the positions that we've created and the impact of those positions. One other thing I'll mention and I'll wrap up is that I'm very interested in seeing the other city-supported arm's length organizations or cities, agencies, boards, and corporations as well get involved in the data collection similar way. Some of them actually might do better than what we do within cities. Some of them are probably in the early stages. So this motion, part 2, asked us to work with some of our ABCs to make sure that they are also on board to collect those data and collect and track how young people are doing when they enter who's applying, who's being hired, are they staying on to these jobs, are they being supported with career building initiatives and so on. Finally, I think the inventory is great, but I do hope every year we can build on that inventory to kind of keep adding more details into those inventories, talking a little bit about what are the pay scale looking like. For example, CNE hires young people because CNE needs young people. CNE is not doing a service particularly young because that's the labor force that runs that organization. So sometimes some of these positions are necessary, which means we can actually expect more from those positions to be doing for young people because they're using that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
I just briefly want to thank staff for the thoughtful report that we have before us and the opportunity to be strategic, both by capturing data, which will be aided by Councillor Shen's excellent motion, and to be able to build from that strategically with a table of champions that can carry this forward, because we need the private sector, we need municipal government, we need provincial government, federal government, not-for-profits, and educational institutions as well, to find every single opportunity that we can to give young people in this city and in this country the opportunity to grow and succeed, establish a home, which is being denied them right now. And the youth jobs crisis is also a crisis of hope for young people. And that is playing out in every area of life. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the acceleration of all this work in 2026. I believe we'll see good results.
Thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Shan, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reopen EC 25.1 4050 Chestwood Drive, as people outside of the council chamber were not able to vote on that item when we...
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is moving to reopen EC 25.1 4050 Chestwood Drive to allow me to vote on it. On favor, carried. Recorded vote.
Point of order. There are a few people who were here for the original vote.
Well, we'll ring the bells.
Who aren't here now. Should we hold it down until they return, or?
Well, we can ring the bells.
It's your call, madam.
Yeah, let's ring the bells. Can we have councillors take their seats, please? We want to vote. Okay, on EC 25.1, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Bravo. Councillor Sachs. The revote on item EC 25.1 carries unanimously, 19 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 3511 through 234 Shepherd Avenue West and 223 Harlandale Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Cheng has advanced circulated a motion with a confidential attachment. Additionally, the following materials are now posted online. GG 26.3, suspension of Capital Sewer Services Incorporated, and the Council to Capital Sewer Services submitted a communication which has been posted on the item. Members, we do have a motion. Councillor Bradford, if you would like to move that motion. We're going in camera for DM 35.1, 847, 855 Kingston Road. And then following that, at 6 o'clock, we have a recess downstairs in the rotunda. Councillor Bradford, would you like to move that motion?
So moved, Madam Speaker.
You have to read it.
Okay. That council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in a closed session to consider deferred matter 35.1, 847, 855 Kingston Road, OLT hearing, request for direction, reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege, and information regarding potential litigation. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll go on camera. So if I can ask everyone that's not on this item to please leave the council chambers. Just the staff on this item only.
35.13. I have spoken with fellow councillors and with the community, and we have found a solution that meets the current flag-raising policy.
Is this MM 3513?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so on MM 3513, Councillor Mantis is withdrawing his member's motion. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much. I'd like to release EC 25.5 progress update on the implementation of the Reconciliation Action Plan. Sorry.
Okay, EC 25.5. Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried.
And then IE 26.19, which is the Metrolinx Dog Park.
IE 26.19.
Yep.
Formal approval, Gerard.
Correct.
Yeah. IE 26.19, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried.
Thank you. And then I have a motion on, TE 27.18, which is a motion that the staff have that I'd like to amend that.
Yeah, it's here without a recommendation. Does staff have that motion?
Yeah.
I.e. a T 27.18.
They have that.
1099 Broadview Avenue.
They have it.
Do we have it?
Yes, I just checked. Pardon me?
It's not ready, Councillor Fletcher.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. Oh, okay, we have just 5 minutes, guys. Okay, Councillor Bravo, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to release EC 2510 Municipal Code Chapter 6.
Which one?
EC 25.
ET.
EC, Economic.
EC 2510
Municipal Code Chapter 608.
Okay. So Councillor Bravo's releasing EC 25.10. On favor, carried. All right. Councillor Chang.
I'd like to release with a quick motion, GG 26.3, suspension of capital sewer services. The motion's been pre-circulated.
Which one?
GG 26.3, with thanks to the chair.
Suspend. Okay, it's held in Councillor Ainsley's. So you're releasing GG 26.
Yes, with this motion.
Do you have a motion?
Yes, it is. It's on the
Okay,
screen.
there's the amendment on the screen. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have two quick releases. One is CC 35.9, 4875 Dundas Street West.
Okay, hold on. CC
35.9, moving staff recommendation.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
Yeah, the settlement is apparently the best we can.
Okay, 4875 Dundas.
Correct.
Okay, so Councillor Morley is releasing CC 25.9. On favor, carried.
I have one other quick one, Madam Speaker. It's PH 26.4. Housing Action Plan, Avenues Policy Review, Phase 2. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm reading it wrong. Sorry. PH 20, apologies, that was the wrong item. PH 2610, permanent closure of portion of the public laneway at 66 to 66Y 3rd Street in Ward 3.
Okay, PH 26.10.
Never mind, it's not quick. I hear colleagues still have questions, so I'll continue to hold it.
It's not a quick item?
Apparently not. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GG 26.16, amendment to non-competitive contract number 470-23371 with 2790584 Ontario Incorporated for catering for multiple Toronto shelter and support services. I can release that.
Okay, GG 26.16, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. On favor, carried. Councillor Sachs.
Yes. Please, CC 35.7, Bill 60, Fighting Delays, Building Faster, so-called act.
Okay, just give me a minute to find it.
Oh, you want to hold it? Okay, I won't release it then, it's not quick.
It's not a quick item?
It turns out it's not quick. And then
Okay.
I'm also going to try, that's fine.
Okay, come on, I don't have time, we have to leave.
And CC 35.10, expropriation of 81 Bloor Street East and 40 to 42 Hayden Street, request for directions.
Okay, CC 35.10, Councillor Sachs is releasing, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Pardon? Councillor Fletcher, yours is ready.
Thank you. Guess it was in there but not uploaded. So TE 27.18, that amendment, without recommendations, there's a new recommendation. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there it is, T at 27.18. Councillor Fletcher has the recommendation. The amendment on the screen, on favor, carried. Thank you. All right. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Moved by Councillor Perks. If you can read the motion.
Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm at the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 35 on December 16th, 2025.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow, and we're all going outside to Nathan Phillips Square.